Chapter 2020. Anyone would get tired of it since the second branch of the family wasn't forthcoming with assistance, and Ms. Fong wasn't cooperating. Ms. Ma and third uncle begrudgingly accepted the 50 taels from Ms. Fong and added another 10 taels to fund the banquet. Hosting a banquet for 60 taels of silver was already quite a feat for country folk. Yet Ms. Ma and third uncle couldn't shake off their disappointment, knowing it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Shao Yunduan's hometown banquet. All they could do now was wait. When Lulang returned in the future, they vowed to make it up to him. No matter how festive, every celebration had its end. The banquet of the third branch came and went, and well wishes abounded. Gradually, people returned to their own lives, paying less attention to the matter. But not Ms. Ma and third uncle. The couple appeared intoxicated with joy, parading around with their heads held high, eagerly awaiting flattery and praise. Initially, others indulged them, offering compliments out of courtesy. They feigned envy and admiration, playing along with their charade. But such flattery grew tiresome over time. Eventually, even the most patient souls would tire of it. However, Shao Lulang's high-ranking status in the capital's hierarchy made him untouchable, dissuading anyone from offending him easily. Consequently, when others spotted Ms. Ma and third uncle from a distance, they conveniently averted their gaze, lowered their heads, and hastened away. Noticing the avoidance, Ms. Ma and third uncle grew increasingly irked, venting their frustrations in private. Their most common refrain was the wait-and-see series. They vowed that when Lulang returned, none of these people would dare to approach him if he had the power. And if they had the means, they wouldn't need to rely on their family support in the future. Meanwhile, at the main branch of the family, Shao Yunduan dispatched someone to fetch Ms. Fong and eldest uncle for a brief visit at the end of June. Ecstatic, Ms. Fong and eldest uncle couldn't contain their joy. Of course, they would eagerly accept the invitation to their son's abode. The entire family accompanied them, leaving only a caretaker and Chunyu behind to tend to the household. Before departing, Ms. Fong instructed the land officer to look after their affairs and reminded the housekeeper to defer to the main branch's authority, ensuring no decisions were made without their consent. If anyone dared to stir up trouble, they would seek justice from the land officer, a clear indication of their vigilance against the third branch of the family. It was evident that they were wary of potential disruptions from the third branch, as they were the only ones audacious enough to instigate conflicts with the main branch. Unless eldest uncle passed away one day, the animosity from the third branch would continue unabated, resulting in occasional flare-ups. They couldn't seem to learn their lesson. When Shao Yunduan sent for them, the entire first branch of the Shao family eagerly packed their belongings and embarked on the journey with 2 large carriages, one for the maids and the other for Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian. Accompanied by 10 mounted guards, they set out. This spectacle evoked envy and admiration from the villagers. Those who had once believed Shao Lulang held more promise than Shao Yunduan underwent a change of heart. They now saw the superiority of Shao Yunduan. After all, he was the primus. When he returned to his hometown to honor his ancestors, it would undoubtedly be a grand affair, having served as an official in the capital and now serving as a local magistrate. He was accruing valuable experience. It was only a matter of time before he ascended to a higher position in the capital. Moreover, the fact that his parents dispatched so many people to fetch his family back suggested they were in good spirits and enjoying prosperity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2021. Still unruly in comparison, Shao Lulang seemed significantly inferior. Third uncle and Ms. Ma, known for their propensity to stretch the truth, especially Ms. Ma, with her loquacious nature, found themselves biting their tongues. How much of what they claimed was genuine? It seemed that if Shao Lulang scored 1 point, the couple would undoubtedly award him 10. With this realization, they no longer feared them. However, Ms. Ma and third uncle grew agitated once more. The arrival of Ms. Fong in An's province promised to bring a lively atmosphere. Unexpectedly, in July, Zhao Shu arrived with Taotao. This was the epitome of a harmonious family. Ms. Fong and eldest uncle were elated. Taotao was equally surprised and overjoyed. Zhao Shu reveled in the company of others and radiated happiness. The back office's eastern courtyard in An's province buzzed with liveliness. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu took Taotao to pay respects to their ancestors at the Zhao family's ancestral home. To Zhao Mu's dismay, Zhao Shu brought along Ms. Qin. Despite Zhao Mu's irritation, Zhao Shu didn't neglect him and introduced him to Taotao, addressing Zhao Mu as uncle. As for Ms. Qin, being a mere concubine, Zhao Shu didn't even spare her a glance, let alone an introduction. Zhao Mu was seething with rage. However, Zhao Mu was keen to save face, so he refrained from speaking out. Ms. Qin, on the other hand, wasn't as reserved. She erupted in anger on the spot, exclaiming, "He's your biological father." Zhao Shu, growing impatient, interrupted her sharply. "Your family is still so unruly. Is a concubine worthy of interrupting? If she were in our residence, such unruliness would have been disciplined long ago. And I have only one father. If anyone doubts it, they can take it up with the patriarch. What about you? Uncle, your concubine truly lacks decorum. How dare she speak out of turn? If she continues disregarding propriety, she'll sow discord in the family and breed chaos. Who's to say she won't deteriorate further in the future? Uncle, are you going to let this slide?" Zhao Mu seethed in silence. Ms. Qin seethed too, but dared not voice her discontent. She knew that if she spoke, Zhao Shu would promptly cut her off with the word concubine, denying her a chance to finish her thoughts. This despicable man, truly despicable. With a contemptuous glance at Zhao Mu, Zhao Shu sneered before departing with Taotao. Finally, Zhao Shu grasped the situation. It was evident that Zhao Mu had grumbled about why Ms. Qin accompanied them. There were certain things he couldn't voice due to his concern for saving face, but Ms. Qin didn't share his reservations. Ms. Qin was shameless and lacking in intelligence. She didn't hesitate to speak her mind, though she seldom had the opportunity to do so, as Zhao Shu always cut her off. Zhao Shu's generosity towards the patriarch's wife, and the elders increased by 20%. This gesture elicited widespread happiness, with everyone regarding him and Taotao with utmost warmth and affection. The ancestral worship proceeded smoothly, and Taotao's name was duly added to the records. As for Zhao Mu, his status as Zhao Shu's biological father proved futile. The sex laws were immutable, and since Zhao Shu had been formally adopted, he no longer bore any relation to Zhao Mu. There was no way for Zhao Mu to exert control over him. Everyone conveniently ignored Zhao Shu's decree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2022. Scheming Zhao Mu was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood. Unable to bear it any longer, Ms. Qin wept for Zhao Mu. Yet, without a word from Zhao Shu, all the respected ladies and aunts in the clan hurled insults at her. Even Zhao Mu received a stern reprimand from the clan elders. Clearly, he hadn't learned his lesson. Not only had he brought a concubine to such a significant occasion, but this concubine also dared to criticize the Zhao family. Who gave her, a mere concubine, the audacity to do so? What had gotten into Zhao Mu? Did he intend to continue bringing shame upon the family? If their decline persisted, what would be left of them? Ms. Qin's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white. She felt a surge of humiliation and resentment bubbling up inside her, urging her to scream and curse. Among those who criticized her, many were familiar faces. When her old master was still the wealthiest man in Yangzhou, none of them dared to call her a concubine. They all smiled and spoke respectfully to her. They addressed her as Madame Qin. But now, they turned on her faster than the changing tides. Who were they to judge her? Naturally, Zhao Mu didn't dare to oppose the entire clan. He could only swallow his pride, publicly apologize, and chastise Ms. Qin. Yet, Under Zhao Shu's watchful and seemingly amused gaze, Zhao Mu felt his blood boil, his face burning with shame. Yet, Zhao Mu remained adamant about not returning to his own abode. Of course, he had brought Ms. Qin here for the sake of Zhao Shu and Taotao. He had hoped that Zhao Shu would exhibit greater maturity and wisdom after marriage, allowing them to have a heartfelt conversation. After all, they were father and son by blood. However, Zhao Mu hadn't anticipated that Zhao Shu would still retain his fiery temper. Regret gnawed at Zhao Mu incessantly. He should have taken Zhao Shu under his wing instead of allowing Madame Zheng to raise him. He ought to have imparted his wisdom personally. Aside from Zhao Shu's speculated motives, there was another reason for bringing Ms. Qin along, to foster a bond between her and Taotao. From Zhao Mu's perspective, Xiao Taotao was merely a humble country girl. Zhao Shu had wedded her solely because her brother ascended to the primus position. What did she understand? Ms. Qin possessed a silver tongue and wisdom. If she applied herself, she could surely win over Xiao Taotao. And if she could win over Xiao Taotao, Zhao Shu would heed his counsel. Thus, Ms. Qin brainstormed ways to connect with Taotao. Taotao didn't want to see her at first, but she couldn't stop pestering her, so Taotao saw her. He might as well meet her and make her give up so that he could get some peace and quiet. Indeed, Ms. Qin had given up after seeing him. The countryside girl was not easy to coax at all. She was as annoying as Zhao Shu and kept saying that she had no respect for him. Concubines made her blood boil. In the end, her anger turned into anger. She couldn't take it anymore and mocked Taotao. Taotao asked someone to slap her face. Not only did Ms. Qin receive a slap, but she was also escorted by someone to lodge a complaint with the patriarch's wife, resulting in another reprimand. Even Zhao Mu wasn't spared. Both of them left, seething with indignation. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu was elated. He lingered in the capital with Taotao for a while, introducing her to their relatives and paying respects to their elders. Following these formalities, they returned to Jiangnan before heading to An's province. Unrestrained and carefree with Taotao by his side, Zhao Shu decided they would spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan in An's province. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2023. 2 years, what a stroke of luck that Ms. Fong and the others happened to be here too. This was an even more delightful surprise. Following the transitional autumn, Yuezhing Shao joined them as well. Qiao Xian, Yuezhing Shao, and Zhao Shu resumed their business discussions. They were able to procure various goods like herbs, tea leaves, fabrics, and timber from In's province. With the collaborative efforts of both families, they could handle any quantity of goods. Their plans unfolded seamlessly. They selected a location and acquired property in An's prefecture city to establish a shop and warehouse. They made a conscious decision not to compete with businesses in An's prefecture city. Instead, they engaged in buying and selling goods outside the city, conducting their trade. Their presence was welcomed by local trading companies. Their involvement promised increased vitality in local commerce, a mutually beneficial arrangement. By mid-September, Ms. Fong and eldest uncle found themselves unable to stay longer. With the autumn harvest season beckoning, they had to return home promptly. Thus, the entire family embarked on their journey back. Though there was a tinge of sadness upon parting, they found solace in the closeness they had cultivated and the newfound ease of travel between their locations. Winter gave way to spring, and time slipped by unnoticed, marking the passage of 2 years. In the 51st year of the Emperor Xian's reign, Anan had already turned 3 years old, soon to celebrate his 4th birthday in July. The lively little fellow was robust and full of mischief, keeping the east courtyard of the back office bustling with activity each day. Over the past 2 years, the economic prosperity of Zhao had flourished remarkably. An increasing number of individuals ventured into cultivating medicinal herbs, peppers, star anise, and peppers. Many households even ventured into small-scale poultry farming, raising chickens and ducks. While the operations weren't massive, there was still a market for their produce. Qiao Xian, Zhao Shu and Yuezhing Shao eagerly purchased these goods, provided they met their quality standards. With the proliferation of these specialty products, the local populace found themselves with more disposable income than ever before, leading to an improvement in their quality of life. The adoption of potatoes as a staple crop also gained rapid momentum. Within just 2 years, nearly every farming family had integrated potato cultivation into their agricultural practices. Larger households dedicated 4 to 5 mu of land to potato cultivation, while smaller ones allocated 1 or 2 mu. Some ambitious farmers even cultivated more, recognizing the immense benefits of this versatile crop. Truly, the success was undeniable. With its high yield and low land requirements, potatoes proved undemanding to cultivate. Minimal special attention was needed. Planting and basic management sufficed. A single weeding session in the middle of its growth cycle, along with a modest application of fertilizer, could significantly boost yields. In Anan's province, agricultural families were scarce. Some households, despite having 12 to 13 members, owned only 3 mu of paddy fields. Previously, they struggled to enjoy a full meal of white rice throughout the year. Their diets consisted primarily of wild vegetables, beans, taros, assorted vegetables, and melons, with the aroma of rice being a rare luxury. Even then, for over 2 months annually, they tightened their belts, often unable to afford even porridge. A large pot of water was mostly filled with vegetables, melons, and beans, with only a meager handful of rice added sparingly. The introduction of potatoes significantly improved their circumstances. Potatoes provided an abundant and versatile staple. Their versatility allowed for consumption as both a rice substitute and a vegetable. Moreover, cultivating a small plot for medicinal herbs could yield 3 to 5 taels of silver annually. The value of a few taels of silver should not be underestimated. It significantly enhanced the quality of life for the entire family. With just 6 copper coins per kilogram of rice, they could ensure sustenance for the year. Satiated and invigorated, they embraced newfound vigor and optimism. Inspired by Lord Shao and Madame Shao, they embarked on endeavors to cultivate peppers, star anise, and rear chickens and ducks. Their future held promise. Each passing year would bring further improvements. Gratitude abounded for the benevolence of the Lord of the Prefect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2024. Emperor Xian is in danger again. Xian's business flourished, and Liuhe Manor had not only found its footing, but had also expanded its operations. Meanwhile, nestled within the remote mountains of Mealy Town, a hidden valley reminiscent of paradise underwent development. At the heart of this valley stood a rustic hot spring villa constructed entirely from logs. Expansive pastures dotted the landscape, where horses, cows, and sheep grazed. Each year, a portion of the livestock was sold, contributing to the manor's revenue. The horses, predominantly wild, underwent taming efforts led by Yi, Sun Bai, and Zheng Seng, requiring considerable dedication and skill. These horses were truly exceptional, one-of-kind specimens, scarce and highly prized. While there were occasional sales, they were few and far between, spanning not just years, but potentially decades. Annually, Qiao Xian, Shao Yunduan, and Anan embarked on retreats to the hot springs, indulging in activities like horseback riding, lakeside leisure, fishing, hunting, and foraging for mountain treasures. The myriad experiences offered endless entertainment, leaving participants thoroughly engrossed in content. Anan took great delight in the surroundings as well. Within the hot spring villa, Qiao Xian leisurely explored the nearby mountains and valleys. During the day, he ventured out to gather mountain treasures and engage in hunting expeditions. As night fell, he returned to the tranquil confines of the valley's hot spring villa, embracing a carefree existence. Each year, he made a brief sojourn, typically spanning 7 to 8 days. Departures were always accompanied by a reluctance to leave. Qiao vividly recalled the heavy snowfall of the previous winter, which arrived 2 days after their arrival. Basking in the hot springs amidst the pristine snowscape left an indelible impression, a moment of sheer wonder amidst the untamed beauty of the mountains. This experience resonated deeply with everyone present, eliciting awe and admiration. While time passed leisurely in An's prefecture city, tension and uncertainty permeated the atmosphere of the capital. The political landscape of the capital remained volatile, characterized by intrigue and disdain. Emperor Xian's precarious health condition, having teetered on the brink of death twice in the past 2 years, sent ripples of apprehension through the palace and beyond. Despite the distance, news of these developments reached Liu Changming and his associates swiftly. The power struggle between the crown prince and the other princes continued unabated, escalating with each passing day. The crown prince's position mirrored Emperor Xian's failing health. It teetered on the edge of collapse, yet stubbornly refused to crumble. Over the past 2 years, the crown prince's influence had stagnated, occasionally facing rebukes from his siblings. Though fraught with nerves and fear, the crown prince's standing continued to dwindle. With Emperor Xian's close brushes with death, the other princes could no longer afford to remain passive. The prospect of waiting for Emperor Xian's demise and subsequent ascension to the throne became increasingly precarious. Realizing the urgency, the second prince and third prince, initially inclined to bide their time and capitalize on internal discord, abandoned their passive stance and took proactive measures. United in their determination, they sought to eliminate the crown prince as a crucial first step towards reshaping the political landscape. Only by toppling the crown prince and securing the vacant position could they hope to stake their claim. Failure to act decisively would render all efforts futile, leaving each prince to rely solely on their own abilities. The crown prince's predicament grew increasingly dire. In the spring of the 51st year of Emperor Xian's reign, Emperor Xian of Qi fell ill once more. Coincidentally, Honor Princess Mei was by his side at the Thousand Autumn Palace. Engaging in light-hearted banter, Emperor Xian's mood took a sudden turn when Honored Princess Mei collapsed unconscious. Shocked, Honored Princess Mei and Taoist Shang swiftly attended to Emperor Xian, ordering him to be transported to the dragon bed. They promptly sealed the news, forbidding anyone from divulging a word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2025, Sudden Death. Their moods were somber, tinged with a mix of panic and apprehension. Yet amidst the panic, a subtle undercurrent of anticipation lingered. Since dispatching Taoist Shang to the palace, Honored Princess Mei and the fourth prince refrained from any private communication with him, abstaining from seeking his assistance. However, Taoist Shang remained steadfastly aligned with their cause. Honored Princess Mei understood his temperament all too well. Any attempt to contact him privately, even if innocuous, would risk undermining Taoist Shang credibility with the emperor, a risk they couldn't afford to take. When Taoist Shang examined Emperor Xian's pulse, he shook his head gravely at Honored Princess Mei. The emperor hovered on the brink of death. This time, without divine intervention, his survival seemed improbable, unlike the previous 2 instances. Perhaps the emperor might never awaken again. Honored Princess Mei's entire being was taut with tension. Her hands clenched tightly, yet her body quivered uncontrollably. A tumult of emotions surged within her. Nervousness, excitement, terror, fear, determination, all intermingled. She was acutely aware of what she needed to do, what she must do. With the emperor's failure to depose the crown prince, his demise seemed the most expedient resolution. Departing the Thousand Autumn Palace as usual, Honored Princess Mei maintained her facade. The palace now lay under her and Taoist Shang's dominion. Those loyal to the emperor had fallen victim to her subterfuge, captured and disposed of, their bodies cast into the well behind the palace. With Taoist Xuan overseeing security, she harbored no apprehension. But lingering too long risked arousing suspicion. The queen and princess concubine virtue posed formidable obstacles. Over the past 2 years, with the emperor's ailing health, they maintained vigilant watch over the Thousand Autumn Palace. Their scrutiny extended to any visitor, even one of their own. Having embarked on this path, honored Princess Mei knew there was no retreat. She could only charge forward in one go. Hence, at noon that day, the crown prince died from drinking a cup of tea in the study of the East Palace. Honored Princess Mei's carefully laid plans, embodied in that nail, finally bore fruit after more than a decade. The sudden turn of events left no room for concealment. Moreover, Princess Consort lacked the fortitude and resilience to cope. Upon hearing the shocking news of the crown prince's demise, she initially dismissed it as a cruel jest. Who would dare jest about such a grave matter? Such jesters deserved nothing less than death. Reality crashed upon Princess Consort with devastating force once she grasped the truth. In a frenzy, she hurled herself towards the study in the East Palace, clinging to the desperate hope that the crown prince could still be revived. Surely, he wouldn't die. He couldn't die. Just yesterday, they shared dinner. This morning, he stood in court. How could someone so vibrant succumb to death? It had to be a hoax, a cruel deception. The sight of the crown prince's lifeless body shattered Princess Consort's resolve completely. Her cries echoed through the palace as she beseeched anyone who would listen to summon the imperial physician to save the crown prince. Little did she know she'd soon be thrust into the chaos, rushing to court, summoning the eldest grandson, and rallying trusted ministers. The news of the crown prince's sudden demise rippled through the eastern palace like wildfire. Meanwhile, the fourth prince had long prepared for such a moment. Swiftly, he dispatched trusted aides out of the capital to rally support, while fortifying the palace with his most capable guards. Emperor Xian of Qi had passed away over 2 hours before the crown prince breathed his last. Taoist Xuan, having administered the customary immortal pills dissolved in water, watched as Emperor Xian of Qi's breath ebbed away with alarming swiftness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2026. Dirty water. Even the most skilled physicians would be confounded by the cause of the emperor's fatal poisoning. Rushing to the Thousand Autumn Palace, the fourth prince and honored princess Mei were met with the lamentations of mourning. The news of the crown prince's demise proved too much for the already frail emperor, who succumbed to the shock. In rapid succession, the queen, princess concubine virtue, the second prince, the third prince, along with other members of the imperial family and high-ranking generals, convened at the court. Chaos gripped the palace. Leading the accusations, honored Princess Mei pointed fingers at Empress Qi, insinuating complicity in the emperor's death in the open court. With a meticulously prepared speech, her accusations carried weight and logic. The emperor's declining health over the past 2 years, coupled with the queen and third prince's conspicuous activities during that time, hinted at ulterior motives. Why did the crown prince meet a sudden demise? It pointed squarely at the queen's machinations. Unhappy with her own status as queen and her son's failed bid for the crown prince title, the queen likely sought to eliminate the competition. By poisoning the crown prince and inciting the emperor's demise, the queen could circumvent any potential testamentary challenges. With the legitimate heir removed, the path to the throne would clear for the third prince. Such calculated malice displayed by the empress was truly staggering. In that scenario, indeed, Empress Qi and the third prince stood to gain the most, casting doubt and suspicion upon them from all sides. Empress Qi seethed with fury. How dare that woman accuse her of such treachery? Yet, despite her indignation, she found herself backed into a corner. No amount of denial could dispel the pervasive doubt in everyone's minds. The emperor's lack of a testamentary decree and the untimely demise of the crown prince were damning evidence against them. Even if they vehemently protested their innocence, what good would it do? Unless they publicly renounced any claim to the throne. But why refrain from seizing the opportunity? They were the rightful contenders. Why not fight? Honored Princess Mei, that wretched woman, would surely never let them off the hook after casting such damning aspersions upon them. If the fourth prince ascended the throne, death would surely await them, unless they were sentenced to lifelong imprisonment, a fate scarcely better than death. In a desperate bid to deflect blame, Empress Qi and the third prince turned the tables, accusing the fourth prince and honored Princess Mei of the crime. Their rationale? The mother and son duo had always been scheming. It was common knowledge that the fourth prince harbored ambitions contrary to the crown prince's interests. Moreover, the fourth prince's swift arrival at the palace following the crown prince's demise, accompanied by a retinue, smacked of premeditation. This implied that he was already aware. Regarding honored Princess Mei, her visit to the Thousand Autumn Palace just the day before the emperor's demise raised eyebrows. Who could say if there was more to the story? Daoist Shang Zhen, bestowed upon the emperor by honored Princess Mei's family, had vanished. Naturally, suspicions arose. Yet, honored Princess Mei and the fourth prince vehemently denied Empress Qi and the third prince's accusations, dismissing them as baseless conjecture. After all, Daoist Shang Zhen enjoyed considerable renown. The emperor sought an expert, and honored Princess Mei's family shared in the burden of governance. What was amiss with that arrangement? Now that the emperor had passed, perhaps Daoist Shang Zhen harbored concerns about his safety without the emperor's protection. His departure was understandable, a matter of self-preservation. What did it have to do with them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2027, Internal Disorder. Empress Qi fired back with her own rebuttal. Wasn't honored Princess Mei's accusation of her and her son also based on mere speculation? What audacity! Honored Princess Mei presumed to cast aspersions and slander, yet recoiled when faced with the same treatment? Who did she think she was? She was the queen, appointed by the emperor himself. She refused to tolerate such baseless slander. Princess Concubine Virtue and the second prince, sensing their implication in the turmoil, waded into the fray to assert their innocence. Empress Qi dispatched several imperial physicians to examine the emperor's body. Their conclusion: the emperor's demise resulted not from poisoning but from prolonged medication use, which had compromised his health over time. His passing, they deemed, was a consequence of his weakened condition. Honored Princess Mei breathed a sigh of relief, doubling down on her pressure against Empress Qi. Ultimately, the pivotal question remained: who would ascend the throne? None of the three princes yielded to the others. With no clear testamentary decree, each harbored aspirations for the throne, unwilling to relinquish their claim. At this critical juncture, Princess Consort rallied, accompanied by her eldest grandson, brothers, and loyal ministers and guards from the East Palace. The crown prince's legacy persisted. The eldest son, now a grown man with children of his own, emerged as a contender for the throne. This time, the chaos reached unprecedented levels. The capital teetered on the brink of anarchy as the four factions clashed with ferocious intensity. Only two entrances remained open at the city gates, heavily guarded by trusted sentinels from each faction. Neither side yielded an inch of ground to the other. The city gates buzzed with activity, swarming with messengers darting in and out, seeking reinforcements or hastening from distant locales. Outside the city, several garrisons, large and small, bolstered the factions' forces. Within the palace walls, the tension was palpable. Emperor Xian's remains were hastily interred, and the mourning hall hastily arranged. Tempers flared over seating arrangements and incense offerings. But amidst the chaos, the emperor's funeral took a back seat to the power struggle unfolding before them. The throne beckoned irresistibly, a prize none could ignore and none were willing to relinquish. With no testamentary decree, power lay within reach of the most capable. It was a prize worth fighting for, and no one would shy away from seizing it. Doubtful? Prove your worth. Seize it if you can. The ambitions of the princes were no longer veiled, but laid bare for all to see. Courtiers aligned with the princes followed suit, throwing themselves into the fray with abandon. For them, victory meant ascending to the throne. There was no turning back now, only pressing forward. However, loyalists to the imperial court and the late emperor, particularly the venerable old officials, lamented this spectacle. They implored the princes to halt their power struggle and prioritize the funeral rites for the late emperor. How could he rest in peace amidst such turmoil? In response, the princes employed a strategy of deflection, waiting for others to halt first before considering a pause themselves. It was an impasse, a conundrum with no solution in sight. With their own fates hanging in the balance, no one could afford to divert their attention elsewhere. Princess Consort got so furious that she almost exploded. If the crown prince was still around, the throne would naturally belong to him. The crown prince was no longer around. As the saying goes, a son inherits his father's negative karma, so the throne naturally belonged to the eldest grandson. What right did these people have to snatch her son's empire? All of them were shameless. But Princess Consort's faction was the smallest among these forces. Crown Prince had too many scruples and didn't dare to expand his influence. After all, there were so many eyes on him. At this point, the Eastern Palace was completely powerless to compete with others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2028. Fighting for the position, the tension in the air thickened with each passing moment, the scent of gunpowder growing more potent by the minute. It was on the brink of eruption. All parties involved understood that mere verbal sparring would not yield any resolution. Eventually, violence would ensue, resulting in senseless bloodshed. Finally, the dreaded day arrived. The battle that unfolded within the imperial city was nothing short of tragic. Civilians barricaded themselves indoors, quivering with fear. Shops and eateries remained shuttered, too afraid to open their doors. Countless soldiers raced through the sprawling streets, the clang of weapons and the cries of combatants sending shivers down everyone's spine throughout the night. The risk of fire was ever present, with flames sporadically lighting up the sky in various parts of the city. People scrambled to flee the imperial city. Those with nowhere to go cowered at home, praying for divine intervention. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. As news of the crown prince's demise and the emperor's passing spread, the populace erupted into chaos. Tea houses, wine shops, and streets alike buzzed with fervent discussions and heated debates. Everyone held strong opinions about the state of affairs. Some threw their support behind one prince, while others argued vehemently for another. But as the turmoil dragged on, such debates lost their significance. They ceased to matter to anyone. Even the scholars, usually eager to dissect matters of governance and steer the nation, found themselves devoid of such contemplations. All were consumed by a singular thought. Let's bring this to an end swiftly. As long as peace returned, the identity of the successor seemed inconsequential. All they wished for was the swift settling of dust and the restoration of tranquility. This torment and fear persisted for 7 long days and nights. Finally, after a week, a temporary resolution emerged. Temporary because there was no clear victor. The 4th prince and honored princess may claimed a partial victory within the imperial city, yet the Sun family absconded with Princess Concubine Virtue and the 2nd prince, fleeing the city's confines. Before departing, Princess Concubine Virtue ignited a massive blaze within the court. General Sun, in a ruthless maneuver, ordered arson near the city gates, leaving behind a trail of sabotage and potential assassinations. Caught in the wake of the Sun family's brutality, the 4th prince and honored princess may found themselves in dire straits. Amidst their panic, the 3rd prince led a band of loyalists out of the imperial city. But Empress Qi chose to remain, sacrificing her safety to serve as a diversion. Honored Princess Mei and the fourth prince remained oblivious to the third prince's escape, a consequence of Empress Qi's cunning. By the time they caught wind of it, he had already put considerable distance between them. Fearing a potential trap, the fourth prince hesitated to dispatch pursuers. Nevertheless, Empress Qi remained within their grasp. As for the second prince and princess concubine virtue, lacking the legitimacy of the queen or rightful heir, they held little sway. Once the dust settled, troops could be deployed to quash any rebellion they might foment. Similarly, Princess Consort's family fell under the fourth prince's control. With the crown prince's demise, the East Palace became untenable for them. Consequently, the fourth prince ordered Princess Consort and her kin relocated to the northern palace compound. Tragically, all three of the crown prince's sons, including the eldest grandson, perished in the prior skirmishes. Only a handful of crown prince's grandsons survived, deemed inconsequential and thus spared. Devastated, Princess Consort capitulated. Initially resistant to vacate the East Palace, she ultimately lacked the resolve to end her life alongside her family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2029. 3 Emperors of a Country Princess Consort's spirit was too battered to entertain thoughts of suicide, yet she couldn't shake off her resentment. Eventually, she begrudgingly relocated to the desolate confines of the North Court Palace. As for her simmering animosity, the fourth prince and honored princess Mei remained indifferent. General Sun's lingering operatives continued to wreak havoc. Night after night, fires erupted, assassinations claimed lives, and ambushes unfolded, leaving the fourth prince seething with rage and frustration. His loyalists, too, were stretched thin. Within the palace walls, Empress Qi persistently stirred up trouble for honored Princess Mei. Empress Qi wielded considerable influence over the intermediate palace. Since the late emperor hadn't stripped her of her title, she remained the legitimate empress. Regardless of which prince ascended the throne, she'd retain her status as Empress Dowager. No prince dared to defy filial piety, especially the fourth prince, who, despite securing the capital, lacked a legitimate claim. His authority was earned through contentious battles with his siblings. While they could overlook his methods during the struggle, they couldn't ignore the need for diplomacy in the aftermath. Otherwise, his reign would lack all semblance of dignity. Empress Qi and her son were untouchable for now. Not only was the fourth prince hesitant to act, but he also felt compelled to ensure Empress Qi's well-being. Her safety was paramount. Any harm befalling her would be difficult for him to justify. Empress Qi recognized this vulnerability and exploited it fully in her clashes with honored Princess Mei. Bearing her resentment like a heavy burden, honored Princess Mei found herself repeatedly tested, her frustration growing with each passing confrontation. Yet, she dare not lay a finger on Empress Qi. Inside and outside the palace, both honored Princess Mei and the fourth prince were equally drained. It took the fourth prince more than half a month to stabilize the situation finally. He instructed the imperial astronomers to select the most opportune date for his ascension to the throne and the proclamation of a new era. Following this, he arranged for the construction of a mourning hall and summoned civil and military officials, along with relatives, to pay their respects. Once the former emperor was laid to rest, preparations for the inauguration ceremony commenced. The event had to be vibrant, celebratory, and filled with auspiciousness, a beacon of hope to dispel the recent shadows of misfortune. With unwavering confidence and vigor, the fourth prince stood as the unrivaled master of the Ying family. No contender could match his strength or determination now. He felt a surge of relief at his swift decision-making. Throughout history, fortune favored those who dared to venture into perilous territories. This truth had been reaffirmed once again. Had he hesitated to eliminate the crown prince, he wouldn't have seized the reins of power today. However, What caught the fourth prince off guard was the clandestine departure of the second prince, Princess Concubine Virtue, and their entourage, escorted by General Sun to Xiangyang City in Hubei Prefecture. While he busied himself extinguishing fires and managing the aftermath in the capital, they had slipped away unnoticed. To compound matters, the second prince had usurped the throne ahead of him, altering the era's name to one that cast him as a regicide and patricide. He had circulated a bounty, calling upon officials worldwide to suppress him and avenge the former emperor. Following suit, the third prince ascended the throne in Jinan, leveling similar accusations against the fourth prince. Upon receiving this distressing news, the fourth prince, an honored princess, Mei, were incensed and revolted. It was akin to having a live fly forced down their throats. Assuming victory with the capital under his control, he had presumed the second and third princes would scurry away like frightened strays, destined to be captured eventually. Their audacious maneuver blindsided him. Regret gnawed at the fourth prince's conscience, his insides churning with remorse. Had he possessed foreknowledge, he would have promptly expelled them and claimed the throne. Who could have anticipated their brazenness? Disregarding the auspicious date, the fourth prince hastily crowned himself emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2030. Dumbfounded, the fourth prince staunchly positioned himself as the rightful ruler, deeming the other two factions as rebellious. He rallied the ministers of the realm to unite in their assault. But what if? Lingered as an unspoken question. Relinquishing the territory he had painstakingly seized was out of the question. His only recourse was swift ascension to the throne. Delaying only rendered him more vulnerable. As the three factions clashed, drawing support and opposition from various quarters, confusion swept through local officials and citizens alike. A proverb echoed in their minds. There's no second master in the family, and there's no second sun in the sky. Now, with three emperors vying for supremacy, whom should they obey? Whom should they recognize as their sovereign? Logically, allegiance should lie with the ruler in the capital. Yet, the legitimate heir of the empress resided in Jinan, Shandong. As the eldest son, the second prince held a compelling claim to the throne. With the crown prince out of the picture, succession would likely favor either the firstborn or the eldest son. In either scenario, the second or third prince stood to ascend. However, the fourth prince had seized control of the capital. Throughout the realm, confusion reigned supreme. Each of the three princes found themselves in a deadlock, unable to assert their legitimacy over the others. They stood as equals in their claims to orthodoxy. Compounding the dilemma was the lack of trust among themselves, further confounding the populace as to whom they should align with or heed. Beyond the three princely factions, a contingent of officials remained steadfast in their loyalty to the late crown prince. They harbored suspicions that his untimely demise was somehow linked to the machinations of these three contenders. In their eyes, all three were tainted by sin and unworthy of kingship. They fervently believed that the throne rightfully belonged to the crown prince's descendants. With this sentiment fueling the chaos, matters only grew more convoluted. Upon ascending the throne, both the second and third princes swiftly embarked on a campaign to expand their territorial influence. They sought to consolidate control over neighboring cities, establishing a strategic foothold and amassing resources to bolster their cause. Their aim was clear: to fortify their position, accumulate strength, and secure logistical support, thus enabling them to challenge the authority of the capital. In contrast, the fourth prince, having seized control of the capital, held the upper hand. With access to greater resources and a more entrenched claim to orthodoxy, he stood unrivaled in comparison. The fourth prince seethed with rage, his mind ablaze with fury. Having emerged as the clear victor, with plans for a triumphant celebration already in motion, the sudden turn of events was intolerable. In a fit of indignation, The fourth prince issued a decree commanding local authorities to uphold their duty and allegiance. Those who dared to side with the rebels would face the gravest punishment, extermination of their entire families. He forbade any submission to the renegade forces, threatening severe consequences for disobedience. Simultaneously, he handpicked his most trusted aides and marshaled his forces. With a formidable army of 50,000 soldiers at his command, he set his sights on Jinan. His intent was clear: to make an example of them. The third prince, lacking the seasoned expertise of General Sun, was vulnerable. Despite his fierce generals and formidable soldiers, they would crumble under the might of the fourth prince's onslaught. With Jinan captured and the second prince's followers eradicated, the fourth prince was certain the world would acknowledge his legitimacy. Unconcerned with the fourth prince's wrath, the second prince seized the opportunity to further his own agenda. As the mid of May approached, news of the capital's military mobilization spread to An's province. The imperial court descended into turmoil as the princes vied for the throne, sending shockwaves of panic and confusion rippling throughout the populace of Great Qin. Even in the remote An's province, the tremors of chaos could be felt, leaving its residents bewildered and apprehensive. Shao Yunduan found himself equally shaken by the unfolding events. While he harbored grievances against the crown prince, he had never entertained thoughts of revenge. The sudden loss of the crown prince's life left him reeling with disbelief and regret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2031. Settlement. Shao Yunduan stood dumbfounded upon hearing of the crown prince's demise and the emperor's passing. Surveying the unfolding chaos, he couldn't help but heave a heavy sigh. The power struggle among the three princes was far beyond the purview of a local magistrate like himself. Shao Yunduan counted himself fortunate to have requested a transfer away from the capital and the tumult of the central plain. Equally bewildered was Qiao. The sudden and unbelievable turn of events left her reeling. It felt as though she had been abruptly thrust from a peaceful existence into a semi-mad world, trapped in a surreal nightmare. Never in her wildest dreams did she envision experiencing such turmoil firsthand. The shock of it all lingered for days, leaving Qiao feeling adrift in disbelief. Sensing her distress, Shao Yunduan offered words of comfort, urging her not to fret. Qiao grappled with a complex mix of emotions, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. But with Shao Yunduan's support, she gradually found solace. In the end, she resolved to take each day as it came, accepting the unpredictable twists of fate. Given their circumstances, Qiao contemplated her options. Acknowledging that neither she nor Shao Yunduan held authority over the unfolding events, she recognized the power of her own abilities. Compared to many others, she possessed considerable strength. However, the lingering sense of uncertainty and insecurity gnawed at her, casting a shadow over her peace of mind. Regardless of who ultimately emerged victorious in the power struggle, she echoed her husband's sentiment, hoping they wouldn't seek retribution against him. That assurance alone would suffice. Meanwhile, Shao Yunduan took charge, leading Qiao, Anan, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and others to the secluded intermediate area behind the state government office. There, they began compiling a list of individuals in need of protection. On one front, Shao Yunduan sought to reassure the populace, while on another, he tasked Sun Bai, Sun Qian, Jia Heming, Zheng Sang, and others with maintaining security and conducting patrols. Despite the tumultuous events unfolding beyond their control, Shao Yunduan remained steadfast in his determination to ensure the people of An's province could continue to live in peace. Observing his efforts, the initial fear and confusion among the common folk gradually abated. Indeed, while the princes battled for supremacy in the capital and the central plains, An's province remained largely unaffected. With Lord Shao at the helm, there was a sense of reassurance among the populace. As long as Lord Shao remained, ensuring their continued well-being, everything would be all right. Regardless of the outcome of the power struggle in the capital, it mattered little to the residents of An's province. Despite being the weakest contender among the three princes, the third prince wielded considerable influence as a member of the orthodox intermediate palace. Securing the strategic location of Jinan and swiftly seizing control of the eldest son's territory before the fourth prince could react, he effectively cut off the northern canal route, halting all northbound ship traffic. Moreover, strict prohibitions were placed on southern carriages entering the capital. Given that the capital heavily relied on the Grand Canal for transportation of vital resources, the third prince's blockade caused immediate strain. With merchants exacerbating the situation by hoarding goods and waiting for prices to soar, panic gripped the capital's populace. Fluctuating prices and widespread anxiety plagued the citizens on a daily basis. For the fourth prince, managing these crises alone proved to be a monumental task, diverting attention and resources away from any potential offensive against the third prince. It appeared that determining a victor in the short term was a daunting prospect indeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2032, Power to Protect One's Self-Son by Sun Qian and Zheng Sang convened a meeting with Shao Yunduan, their skepticism toward the government palpable. They had never truly identified themselves as public servants. Their loyalty lay solely with Shao Yunduan. With the world on the brink of chaos and the three major powers engaged in conflict, they anticipated the emergence of opportunistic factions seeking to exploit the turmoil. In times of disjointed decrees and fragmented authority, nefarious elements were bound to emerge. In such turbulent times, the law held little sway. It was the power of the fist that truly mattered, especially within the territories established by the three princes in the capital. Should powerful individuals aligned with them perpetrate unlawful acts, would they face severe repercussions? Highly unlikely. Their actions would likely be met with impunity. Despite its prefecture city's remote location, they understood the importance of preparation. Strategizing before taking action was paramount. At the very least, they needed the strength to defend themselves. Shao Yunduan concurred wholeheartedly. After deliberation, Zheng Sang and Sun Bai took steps to bolster their ranks by recruiting numerous bailiffs for training. Additionally, they procured over 100 teenagers aged between 12 and 15. While a handful remained at Zheng Sang's residence for training, the majority were discreetly dispatched to the ranch in Mealy Town for intensive training. In the event that someone sought to exploit the chaos and target Shao Yunduan, having additional manpower would undoubtedly prove beneficial. With the upper echelons in disarray, it wasn't just An's prefecture city expanding its personnel. Wherever feasible, local governments were expanding their ranks. Fortunately, Shao Yunduan had no shortage of funds, and the citizens of An City held great confidence in him. The moment word got out about recruitment, countless young men eagerly flocked to the state office. With Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and others overseeing their training, these recruits were expected to excel in less than 3 months. Meanwhile, the conflict between the fourth prince and the third prince dragged on longer than anticipated, stretching into April of the following year, with Jinan facing imminent peril. Buoyed by his resolve, the fourth prince mobilized an additional 80,000 troops from the local area, intent on delivering a decisive blow to the third prince to bolster morale and assert his authority. Unexpectedly, the previously passive second prince, focused on development and aloof from the fray, chose this moment to take action. It was a bold and decisive move. They orchestrated the assassination of 2 generals loyal to the fourth prince and ambushed his reinforcements, effectively thwarting his plans. The defeat of the fourth prince's reinforcements dealt a severe blow to his campaign. Seizing the momentum, the third prince launched a counteroffensive, sallying forth from the city to engage in skirmishes with the fourth prince's forces. In a devastating blow, they decimated the fourth prince's troops and, crucially, set fire to their granary. The fourth prince teetered on the edge of fury, but his hands were tied. Fuming with rage, he assumed an orthodox stance and issued a decree calling upon the Northwest to dispatch their army to Jinan to quell the rebellion. To his dismay, the Northwest Army remained unmoved. They cited manpower shortages and their steadfast commitment to border defense as reasons for their refusal to mobilize. The Fourth Prince's authority waned further as the Northwest Army made it clear they would not heed the commands of any prince. In fact, they were reluctant to align themselves with any of the warring factions. Today, the intermediate generals of the Northwest Army found themselves deeply indebted to the memory of old General Zhao. In times past, the venerable general had met a tragic end, unjustly accused and executed despite his distinguished service. His demise did not occur on the battlefield, but rather under the cloud of suspicion cast by the emperor, leading to the execution of his entire family. The generals couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Were it not for old General Zhao's impassioned plea to defend the northern borders and safeguard the peace of Great Qin's people, many among their ranks might have abandoned their posts and shirked their responsibilities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2033. Disheartened, how could this happen? They had braved the battlefield, risking their lives, only to meet their end under the Emperor's blade. Why? Unbeknownst to the imperial court, the Northwest Army had once come to the aid of old General Zhao. In truth, General Zhao's grandson had also been rescued, but fate did not smile upon the virtuous. The young scion of the Zhao family endured immense suffering in the depths of the prison and succumbed to illness soon after. With his passing, General Zhao retreated into the shadows, consumed by sorrow. Henceforth, his whereabouts became a mystery. None in the Northwest Army ever laid eyes on him again. Even as the truth vindicated General Zhao and his kin, he remained elusive. It became widely accepted that General Zhao had departed this world. Had he been alive, he would have emerged, if only to safeguard the honor of the Zhao family. The Northwest Army dispatched emissaries to the capital for the Zhao family's burial, but the palace also sent representatives. One particularly haughty eunuch looked upon the Northwest Army's delegates with disdain. He showed no deference to General Zhao or his kin. Instead, he declared, "The Zhao family has benefited from our generosity. It is their fortune that the emperor has bestowed such favor upon them. They should express gratitude even in death and pray for the empire's eternal prosperity." The representatives of the Northwest Army seethed with anger. Some among them struggled to contain their volatile tempers, their restraint the only thing preventing an immediate eruption. Following this encounter, the Northwest Army's discontent with the imperial court deepened, and their disillusionment with the royal family intensified. Their duty at the northwestern border was not in service to the royal family, but in obedience to the final directive of their esteemed general. Unless expressly relieved of their duty by the imperial court, they would stand sentinel over the palace. Yet, their loyalty lay not with the court or the emperor. As the late emperor breathed his last, the ensuing power struggle among the three princes and the eldest grandson plunged the land into uncertainty. The Northwest Army observed with cold detachment, silently cursing their arrogance and disdain. The corruption within the Great Qin imperial family festered openly. Now, the fourth prince presumed to wield them as pawns in his bid for power. Such audacity was met with incredulity. What delusions clouded his mind? Regardless of the royal infighting, the Northwest Army remained steadfast in their refusal to be embroiled. Their stance was clear. They would not lend aid to anyone. The Northwest Army's resolute rejection was met with the fourth prince's ire, yet his frustration found no outlet, for there existed no recourse against their principled stance. Not to mention the uncertain future, the fourth prince dared not even entertain the thought of confronting the Northwest Army. He refrained from addressing them sternly, fearing that any hint of provocation might drive these impetuous and brash men into the arms of another. The mere notion of their potential defection kept him awake at night. Thus, the fourth prince sought solace in asserting his dignity, clinging to the polite response he received from the Northwest Army. In his mind, this signaled their tacit acknowledgement of his authority. If they couldn't depart, they certainly wouldn't. The rumors of discord within the Great Qin Empire were pervasive, impossible to conceal. It was likely that Qingdi, Beihu, and others were already aware. While Qingdi had maintained a semblance of stability in recent years, Beihu posed a genuine threat. Indeed, departure was not an option. Hence, the fourth prince dispatched an imperial decree to the Northwest Army, offering reassurance and instructing them to remain vigilant against Qingdi's machinations while dutifully safeguarding the northern borders. Yet, the Northwest Army remained indifferent to his missive. No amount of explanation from the fourth prince could alter the stark reality of their rejection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2034. The fourth prince's awkwardness indeed. Not only was the fourth prince rebuffed, but the Northwest Army remained unmoved by his overtures. As news of this defiance spread, a subtle shift occurred in the hearts of the populace. The once unassailable authority of the royal family and the emperor quietly crumbled suddenly. It seemed to everyone that even the emperor and his kin were merely ordinary. Complicating matters further was the deliberate and inadvertent entanglement of the second prince in the conflict in Jinan. The war evolved into a protracted struggle with no end in sight. In the capital, the fourth prince's grip on power steadily waned. Among the trio of princes, his position grew increasingly precarious. While he held the title of heir apparent, he remained the last in line for the throne. Although Beijing stood as their stronghold, its sustenance relied heavily on supplies from Jiangnan and the Central Plains. Deprived of these vital resources, Beijing's survival seemed uncertain. However, with the third prince ensnared in Jinan and the second prince entrenched in Xiangyang, the fourth prince's influence in the northwest dwindled. His jurisdiction spanned Hebei, Shaanxi, Hunan, and Shaanxi, yet these regions yielded meager harvests, offering little solace amidst the mounting challenges. Jiangnan, once teeming with prosperity and abundant resources, found itself isolated as the Grand Canal fell under the control of the third prince. Fearful of igniting further conflict and subjecting their people to suffering, officials dared not venture into the region, preferring to hunker down and pray that war would spare their territories. In this climate of uncertainty, local administrators like Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian shared the sentiment of seeking refuge from the storm. An's province, situated in a remote corner, seized upon the opportunity presented by the ongoing strife. Recognizing that the conflict showed no signs of abating, they resolved to carry on with their duties despite the tumultuous times. However, Shao Yunduan remained vigilant, issuing orders for heightened surveillance and patrols to thwart any incursions by suspicious individuals into An's province. Disorder was strictly forbidden, with severe punishment promised for transgressors. Despite the chaos engulfing the realm, the 17 towns within An's province continued to thrive. The local populace understood that figures like Madame Shao, young Master Lezheng, and young Master Zhao would continue purchasing goods as usual, providing a semblance of stability amidst the turmoil. In response to the internal discord, the Yuezheng family bolstered their ranks with additional servants, including Zhao Shu. Skilled martial artists found themselves in high demand, their expertise invaluable in safeguarding business interests and ensuring the safety of merchants amid the precarious conditions of civil strife. Amidst the chaos of war, officials had little time or inclination to meddle in the affairs of others. Those unfortunate enough to fall victim to robbery could only lament their misfortune, for seeking recourse from the government often led to disappointment or even extortion. Thankfully, the conflict had not engulfed vast swaths of territory. While tension hung thick in the air, the economy continued to function relatively unimpeded, with the flow of goods remaining steady. For the bold and resourceful, There were ample opportunities to increase their wealth. Despite the upheaval, Qiao had made a habit to visit Liuhe Manor to assess the situation and stay for a few days. This year was no exception, despite the circumstances. Shao Yunduan, sharing the state of affairs with Jia Hemming, accompanied her on this journey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2035. The little fellow's memory is too good with the lessons learned from previous excursions. Qiao and her companions ensured they were accompanied by a sizable retinue of guards wherever they traveled. This time, Ai and Wu Guan led a contingent of 40 guards to provide security. Staying at the foot of Liuhe Manor for 4 days and 2 days atop the mountain, Qiao and her party meticulously explored every nook and cranny. They ventured into the nearby mountains, returning with a bountiful harvest. Over the past few years, coupled with Qiao's extraordinary abilities, Liuhe Manor had undergone significant transformation. The trees lining the roads had flourished, forming a verdant canopy that provided shade and coolness, particularly welcome in the heat of summer. Peering through the carriage window, it felt as though they were traversing through a lush, green tunnel. In a few years' time, Qiao envisioned this canopy evolving into a proper tunnel. Moreover, extensive areas of land surrounding Liuhe Manor had been cultivated, yielding flourishing crops of medicinal herbs. The fruit trees planted throughout the estate, including jade orchids, camphor, inxing, willows, locusts, and elms, thrived with vitality, their branches heavy with promise. The chicken and duck farms buzzed with activity, bustling with life. Following 2 years of careful stewardship, the mountain streams boasted pristine water quality and a thriving ecosystem. As long as farming practices adhered to standards and hygiene protocols were diligently maintained, accidents were rare. Year after year, the poultry farms yielded plentiful eggs and duck eggs. The variety of fruit trees dotting the landscape flourished, their branches laden with the promise of harvest. In spring, the mountains burst forth with a riot of blossoms and burgeoning fruits. By May and June, loquats, bayberries, green plums, apricots, regular plums, and several varieties of peaches ripened, while kiwis, mangoes, passion fruits, oranges, persimmons, dates, grapes, pomegranates, dragon fruits, hawthorns, pears, and more thrived, dangling from branches in vigorous abundance. The journey from the foot of Liuhe Manor was imbued with a sense of familiarity and joy, each step seeming to radiate contentment. Every outing was a cause for celebration, with Anan, in particular, relishing the chance to venture beyond the estate's borders. Yet, with each departure, reluctance hung heavy in the air. This year was no exception. As they settled into the carriage, Anan's tears flowed freely, unwilling to bid farewell to their idyllic retreat. Qiao gently comforted him, promising a treat of delicious desserts upon their arrival in the city. Only then did Anan's tears subside. In An's prefecture city, 3 dessert shops owned by Yuezhing Shao delighted patrons with an array of delectable treats. Among Anan's favorites were poplar dew, egg custard, milk pudding, and more. Fortunately, Qiao's farm boasted ample dairy production, ensuring a steady supply of ingredients for these indulgent delicacies. Transporting milk from the ranches in Mealy Town posed logistical challenges, prompting Qiao to establish a ranch in a mountain valley near the suburbs. Regular rotations between this outpost and Mealy Town ensured a steady supply of milk to meet daily demands. As the wagon rolled into An's city, Qiao and Shao Yunduan prepared to escort Anan back home. However, the young boy's spirits suddenly soared, his eyes sparkling as he addressed Qiao. "Mom, I want pudding and mango dew." Qiao and Shao Yunduan exchanged helpless glances, unable to contain their amusement. There was no fooling him. Anan's memory was remarkably sharp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2036. Anan felt Xiao Xian planted a kiss on her son's cheek, her smile warm and reassuring. "All right, my dear, we'll go get some right away." She knew that failing to fulfill her promise would only leave Anan crestfallen and in tears. With that, Shao Yunduan alighted from the wagon and arranged for another to take his place, while Xiao Xian led Anan to the bustling dessert shop. Aware of the impending workload awaiting him at the office after being away for several days, Shao Yunduan opted to return ahead of them, accompanied by 6 guards for added security. Despite An's city's reputation for safety, Shao Yunduan refused to take any chances when it came to the well-being of his family. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian, accompanied by her son, nanny, Qiao, Kaiyun, and other familiar faces, made their way to Yu's dessert shop on the bustling street. Frequented by Anan for its delectable offerings, Qiao Xian herself enjoyed the treats but preferred not to make them at home, making visits here a regular occurrence. The female manager and waitstaff recognized them, offering warm greetings upon their arrival. As always, Anan's order remained consistent: sweet dew and milk pudding. Qiao Xian added a few more dishes to their order and encouraged Nanny, Qiao, and the others to choose whatever they pleased. With Anan settled comfortably in a booth, Qiao Xian attended to his needs with tender care. Nanny and the others, accustomed to Madame's casual demeanor, reciprocated her kindness with grateful smiles before dispersing to find their own seats. The dessert shop boasted 2 floors, with the second floor featuring 7 or 8 booths of varying sizes, tailored for the comfort of female patrons. One such booth, elegantly adorned and subtly partitioned, provided a spacious and inviting ambience, its decor regularly refreshed with changing floral arrangements. Qiao Xian, well acquainted with the staff, engaged in conversation as she savored the tranquil atmosphere. However, her attention was abruptly diverted when she noticed Anan darting away. The shop was relatively empty, save for Qiao Xian's group and 2 other tables. While she knew Anan to be mischievous, she trusted the child to behave responsibly. Yet, as Anan dashed past the 2 servants, one of them extended her leg, causing Qiao Xian's eyes to widen in alarm. "Anan!" she exclaimed, her voice ringing out across the shop. Almost simultaneously, Anan stumbled over the maid's outstretched leg and tumbled forward, emitting a loud wail as he fell. Qiao Xian's cry of alarm drew the attention of Zixian, who had been engaged in conversation with her. Following Qiao Xian's gaze, Zixian witnessed the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the other maid, engaged in quiet conversation with her mistress, lifted her head in surprise as Anan's cries disrupted the tranquility. Observing the unfortunate spectacle, the mistress couldn't suppress a giggle, finding amusement in Anan's misfortune. The maid, relieved to see her mistress' mood lightening after days of melancholy, couldn't resist a disparaging remark directed at Anan. "I wonder which nobleman is so negligent that he can't even tend to his own child," she quipped, eliciting a chuckle from the maid who had inadvertently caused Anan's fall. Qiao Xian felt a surge of frustration and anger. Rushing to Anan's side, she scooped up the distraught child into her arms, offering him the comfort and solace he sought amidst his tears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2037. Qiao Xian's anger. The impact reverberated through her body with such force that it seemed to echo from miles away. Her heart throbbed with pain, her veins pulsing with fury as her eyes blazed crimson. What a despicable woman! With a disdainful frown, the lady shot a reproachful glance at Qiao Xian, her displeasure evident. Seizing the opportunity, the maid, who had been attempting to comfort her mistress, addressed Qiao Xian brusquely. "Madam, kindly step aside. Your presence is disrupting our Mississippi." At that moment, Nanny and the others rushed over, alarmed by the commotion. Concern etched across their faces as they inquired about the situation. Seeing Anan in distress only deepened their anguish. Qiao Xian pressed a tender kiss to Anan's forehead, soothing him with gentle words. Wiping away his tears, she entrusted him to Nanny's care, instructing her to take him downstairs. With no male guests present on the upper floor, Yi and the others remained below, unaware of the unfolding drama. Sensing Qiao Xian's simmering anger, Nanny cradled Anan in her arms, comforting him as they descended the stairs. There were some things Qiao Xian wished to shield Anan from witnessing. As soon as Nanny descended the stairs with Anan in her arms, Qiao Xian wasted no time in delivering a resounding slap to the maid who had caused Anan's fall. The maid recoiled, shielding her face as she let out a piercing scream. Startled, the young lady and her servant joined in the uproar, the former rising indignantly from her seat. "Why did you strike her?" she demanded, her voice quivering with fury. Qiao Xian regarded her with icy disdain, her lip curling in a sneer. With a swift motion, she delivered another slap to the maid's face, her gaze piercing as she pointed an accusatory finger. "Why did I hit you? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your servant's actions? Why don't you inquire about the misdeeds of this wretched creature?" The young lady seethed with rage, her entire frame trembling with indignation. To have her maid publicly humiliated in her presence was a flagrant disregard for her authority as mistress. Arrogant, insufferably arrogant. The maid's cheeks flamed red, swelling from impact as she sobbed, pleading, "Miss, please stand up for me. I've done nothing wrong." Unable to bear the injustice any longer, Zixian interjected, her voice tinged with outrage. "Miss, are you blind to the truth? The young master posed no threat to you. Why did you trip him as he ran past? He's but a child, and your actions were needlessly cruel." As the wife of the prefect, Qiao Xian commanded respect from the people of the prefecture. Having witnessed such injustice firsthand, Zixian felt compelled to speak out, unafraid of the consequences. There's no need to mince words. The maidservant's protestations were met with swift rejection. Yet she persisted, crying out, "Stop slandering me. We're outsiders here. Your companion is clearly biased against us outsiders. I didn't trip him at all. He's just a child. Why would I even bother arguing with him? It's obvious he was the one being careless." Qiao Xian silenced her with two more resounding slaps, her voice laced with condemnation. "You dare deny it, wretched creature. Zixian and I witnessed your deeds firsthand, and we stand by our account. Who do you think you are? You're not even worthy of my scorn." At that moment, two other young women, accompanied by their maidservants, approached, their disapproval evident. Having witnessed the incident themselves, they couldn't help but admonish the maidservant. These two women were mothers, unfamiliar with Qiao Xian, but nevertheless disgusted by the maid's behavior. Lu Ying, the maidservant, seethed with resentment, her tears flowing even more profusely. "You and prefecture city people are bullies, absolute bullies. You twist the truth to suit your own ends." "I didn't do it, I swear." Tang Fanghua, one of the young ladies, bristled with anger. "Is there no rule of law for nobility? How can you act so unreasonably? A gentleman resolves disputes with words, not violence. Your behavior is utterly reprehensible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2038, Just Domineering. Qiao Xian's gaze pierced her with icy disdain. "How dare you invoke the law? Are you the sole arbiters of wrongdoing? If this individual refuses to confess, apply pressure until she yields." His directive was clear as he cast a pointed glance at Li Qiao, Kaiyun, and Kaiwei. "What are you waiting for? Act." Enraged by the audacity, Li Qiao and her cohorts needed no further encouragement. With a curt affirmation, they advanced to administer punishment upon Levying. Witnessing the altercation, the two young mistresses and their attendant recoiled in astonishment, swiftly retreating to the sidelines. Their exchanged glances betrayed a mixture of shock and vindication. It was a fitting retribution. Such impudence warranted swift justice. Tang Fanghua and Mei's cries of terror pierced the tense atmosphere. Mei instinctively shielded Tang Fanghua, offering no assistance. In a sudden surge of defiance, Tang Fanghua fixed Zixian with an accusatory glare. Is this how your establishment conducts its affairs? Allowing customers to be subjected to such mistreatment? What kind of business model is this? Who would dare to patronize your establishment after this? With newfound resolve, Mei joined in, urgently calling for the shopkeeper. Downstairs remained still, as per Qiaoxian's instructions to the nanny to bar any intruders from ascending. Her words held weight. After all, Qiaoxian had a stake in the dessert shop, effectively making her its proprietor. Observing the lack of movement from below, Zixian couldn't feign ignorance. Miss, it's evident, he asserted, while genuine patrons are always welcome, those with ill intentions find no place here. Such customers hold no value for us. The retort ignited Tang Fanghua and Mei's fury. Meanwhile, Levine bore the brunt of Qiao and her accomplice's assault, enduring a barrage of pinches and hair-pulling, reducing her to a pitiful state. Initially defiant, she now sobbed uncontrollably, her cries for help punctuating the chaos. "Miss, please save me. Miss, help." But what recourse did her mistress have? Tang Fanghua remained aloof, wary of becoming a target herself amidst the escalating confrontation. Caught in a quandary, she grappled with the dilemma of intervention. Even if she could regain her dignity later, it would not change the fact that she might be in a sorry state and suffer. However, Levine was humiliated and bullied like this in front of her master. This made her feel extremely embarrassed. This was no different from slapping her face again and again. Enough! Tang Fanghua snapped and looked at Qiaoxian with a livid face. "Madam, it is better to leave a way out. What you are doing is too cruel, and you might have your own way. Don't you think so?" Qiao and the others didn't care about her scolding at all. Their hands and mouths didn't stop at all. They held Levine and interrogated her. Qiaoxian's cold gaze bore into Tang Fanghua, a disdainful smirk curling her lips. "Threaten all you want. I'm not intimidated." Mei's patience snapped, her voice rising in anger. "If you're not afraid of our mistress, then fear the Lord Prefect. She's kin to him." The declaration halted Qiao and her cohorts in their tracks, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief directed at Qiaoxian. Even Zixian found himself taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at Tang Fanghua and her servant. Qiaoxian herself was caught off guard by the unexpected revelation. Such audacity from this source was beyond expectation, bordering on terrifying. With a pointed look at the bewildered duo, Qiaoxian motioned for Zixian to escort them downstairs. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2039. Lord Shao's relative. Since it involved Shao Yunduan, Qiaoxian was adamant about maintaining confidentiality. Although the two young ladies were engrossed in the spectacle, they were compelled to depart as the protagonist barred their viewing. For some inexplicable reason, Qiaoxian exuded such authority that they felt a twinge of fear. When Zixian escorted them downstairs, she divulged Qiaoxian's connection and cautioned them to uphold secrecy, refraining from disclosing any inappropriate information. The two young ladies were utterly shaken. How could they dare to prattle about the 8 trigrams? They fervently pledged to maintain silence and hastily departed. It was no surprise that woman possessed such a commanding presence. She happened to be the prefect's spouse. TSK, she had it coming. Her attendant had mistreated Lord Shao's heir, and even Lord Shao's kin couldn't intervene. Tang Fanghua and her attendant sneered, finally assuaging their indignation. Mei believed her words had rattled Qiaoxian and the others, fueling her smugness. She huffed, "Apologize, and all will be forgiven. Otherwise, Qiaoxian shot a glance at Qiao and remarked composedly, "Has this individual confessed? If not, continue engaging with her until she's ready to come clean." "Understood, madam." Qiao and the others immediately thrust their hands forward assertively, bombarding her with questions. Levine shrieked incessantly. Tang Fanghua and Love Mei were incredulous. How dare you? You are the audacious one. Xiao Xian retorted sarcastically. Being Lord Shao's relatives means little here. He's a rational man and won't intervene on your behalf. Besides, your claim to kinship with him is dubious at best. If that's the case, Lord Shao truly has the misfortune of having relatives like you. You've besmirched his reputation. Do you think he'll spare you once he learns of this? Tang Fanghua stammered, Fine. You dare to. Do you have the guts to reveal your identity and whereabouts? I want to know which family you belong to. Levine spat hatefully. Don't act like you're afraid. You're quite capable, aren't you? Xiao Xin grinned. You're demanding my identity and address? You're not worthy, and I fear you'd be overwhelmed. I know this establishment well. If you seek retribution, just return here. Zixian also smiled, signifying her concurrence with Xiao Xian's stance. She remained composed and unruffled. Tang Fanghua and her attendant were both incensed and taken aback. They hadn't anticipated such brazenness from the woman before them. Truly, they didn't know the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Fine. Tang Fanghua ground her teeth, shooting a fierce glare at Xiao Xian. She spat out harshly. Do you think I'm bluffing? Just you wait. You'll regret this. Xiao Xian sneered in response. Tang Fanghua felt her blood boiling, nearly reaching the point of nausea. She refused to let this slide. Absolutely not. This woman clearly underestimated the gravity of the situation. Perhaps she believed he was bluffing and assumed she could make him pay the price. If she didn't make her kneel and beg for mercy, she wouldn't let her off the hook. Levine's endurance waned. Realizing his master couldn't rescue him, trapped and unable to overpower Xiao Xian, every part of his face, head, arms, and body throbbed with pain. The humiliation nearly made him vomit blood. Fear gripped her. Regret consumed her. Had she known the ferocity and arrogance of the madwoman in this dingy place, she would have never dared such a reckless act. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2040. I hope Anan has completely forgotten she had merely intended to play a prank on the child out of dislike for him. Assuming no one would witness it, she never anticipated him not only observing, but also adamantly refusing to let it slide. Levine reached her breaking point. She sobbed and pleaded, Please stop hitting me. It's my fault, entirely my fault. I shouldn't have extended my leg to trip that young master. I beg you, please stop. Xiao Xian raised her hand, signaling Qiao and the others to cease. Yet, their gazes intensified, brimming with disdain. This despicable person. Xiao Xian's heart twinged with pain as she recalled her son's cries. She uttered icily, Why did you do it? Levine felt too ashamed to admit her motive, but lacked the courage to remain silent. Tearfully, she stammered, I was just feeling bored and wanted to play a prank. Ah? Qiao couldn't restrain herself and delivered another slap. How dare you jest at the expense of our young master? What kind of vile person are you? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xian fixed them with a cold glare. I want to argue with you today, but mark my words, your recklessness will lead to your downfall. Leave now. Tang Fanghua and her attendant were on the verge of exploding with fury. What did she mean by unlucky one day? Wasn't today unlucky enough? Anne's province truly proved inhospitable. Its residents were excessively tyrannical and overbearing. You need to consider the owner before disciplining a pet. My maid was merely jesting. If you hadn't neglected the child, none of this would have happened. Tang Fanghua shivered as Xiao Xian cast her a frigid glance. Apprehensive of another strike, Tang Fanghua's voice dwindled. She swallowed the remainder of her retort, summoned 2 maids, and turned to depart. Just you wait, she vowed silently. She'd return to this place and show them who could be provoked and who couldn't. Levine's hair was disheveled, her face a mosaic of red, purple, and white, every inch a canvas of agony. Her eyes, swollen and crimson, brimmed with hatred as she cast a parting glare at Xiao Xian and her companions. After their departure, Xiao Xian descended the stairs. Anan sat blissfully, relishing the milk pudding, his visage radiating contentment. Xiao Xian's gaze softened, her heart melting. Children were children, pure, guileless, and quick to forget. Soon, they'd be gleeful and carefree once more. Xiao Xian silently hoped Anan had entirely forgotten the recent altercation. Anan, approaching with a smile, Xiao Xian watched as Anan's face lit up. "Mom, the pudding is divine. Here, have some too, Mom." "Sure, I'll have some too. If it's your favorite, then let's indulge together." With a smile, Xiao Xian settled beside Anan, gently clasping his small shoulders. After enjoying milk, pudding, and sipping strawberry juice with Anan, mother and son returned home. Shao Yunduan remained occupied and didn't return until dinner time. By then, Anan had already retired for the night. Upon sighting Shao Yunduan, Xiao Xian felt the previously quelled grievances resurface, overwhelming her emotions. Sensing her distress, Shao Yunduan was taken aback. He grasped her shoulders, his expression filled with concern. "What's wrong? Who dared to mistreat you, my dear wife?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2041. Your Relative, Your Relatives. Shao Yunduan found himself torn between amusement and concern. Though he didn't fully grasp his wife's words, her unhappiness was evident. Drawing Xiao Xian into his embrace, he gently patted her back. "I wouldn't even know how to mistreat my wife, let alone any relatives. No relatives, absolutely none. Please don't be upset, my dear." Xiao Xian couldn't help but chuckle as she lifted her head from his chest. "But she insisted she was your relative." Shao Yunduan, "My dear," he felt even more bewildered. Xiao Xian ceased her teasing and recounted the day's events, her anger and distress evident in her voice. Shao Yunduan shared her shock and heartache, feeling increasingly perplexed. Who on earth would fabricate such a colossal lie? My wife shouldn't have let them leave. We should have Yi and the others apprehend and interrogate them. What kind of servant shared the same master? A maid who would mistreat a child merely for a jest was undoubtedly nefarious. One could surmise that her master was no better. Shao Yunduan couldn't fathom what kind of relative she claimed to be. It had to be a falsehood. Hearing his suggestion, Xiao Xian felt a pang of regret. Indeed, she shouldn't have allowed her to depart. Who knew what she might attempt next? What if she perpetrated something under the guise of being the prefect's relative in the nearby city? However, if she dared to do so, word would inevitably reach the authorities, and she wouldn't escape unscathed. Whether she's deceiving us or not, the truth will come to light soon. She won't be as bold in front of me. She'll slip up again, Xiao Xian asserted. Shao Yunduan's gaze hardened. That's for certain. I won't let her off easily. After a brief pause, she couldn't help but inquire. Is Anan all right? Was he frightened? The mere thought tugged at his heartstrings. If the child hadn't drifted off, he would have held him close and comforted him. With a sigh, Xiao Xian replied, "That dear boy was so young, and he cried so hard. But he was soothed afterward, so he likely won't remember. I'll instruct the nanny to keep an eye on him tonight to prevent any nightmares." Shao Yunduan nodded and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Don't be disheartened." Xiao Xian leaned into his embrace, choosing silence. She wasn't disheartened. She was seething with anger. Fortunately, Anan enjoyed a peaceful night's rest without any nightmares. The next morning, Xiao Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Cayenne's report. The child was still tender and forgetful, yet remarkably resilient. That was a relief. Children were highly susceptible to fear. Once frightened, their fragile constitution could lead to severe consequences. Shao Yunduan could not help but feel sorry for Anan. He took Anan into his arms during breakfast. The little guy was overjoyed. The monkey was tyrannizing his father. His father was usually busy and did not have much time to hug him. After the family of three had breakfast, Shao Yunduan accompanied them for a while before heading to the government office. Xiao Xian did not plan to go out today. She was going to pick strawberries and dragon fruits with Anan in the garden. The garden boasted a variety of fruit trees: figs, jujubes, plums, persimmons, dragon fruits, papayas, and more. Qiao even dedicated a corner of the land to strawberries, watermelons, cantaloupes, and small melons. While she didn't plant an abundance of them, they yielded plentiful fruits each year. As the watermelons and cantaloupes reached maturity, enormous specimens tumbled onto the ground, their size making them utterly endearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2042. Qi is here. Whenever the season arrived, Qiao would enlist Mrs. Jia's help to gather the ripe fruits, providing her with a basket. Strawberries remained available from March to November, and Qiao had instructed Mrs. Jia to pick them freely to prevent damage to the seedlings. Anan and the Zhao family took delight in harvesting strawberries. Whenever the siblings embarked on a picking excursion, they always invited Anan to join them, and he eagerly obliged. Qiao even intended to arrange for them to play together more often. However, before Shao Yunwan departed, a messenger arrived with news of a visitor at Lord Shao's ancestral home. Guests from our hometown. Both Shao Yunwan and Qiao were taken aback. Guests from their hometown? If it were Shao Dalong or Shao Sanlang, they would have recognized them. Who else could it be? Regardless of the visitor's identity, Shao Yunwan felt compelled to greet them. Escort them in and guide them to the East Flower Room in the front courtyard, he instructed. Qiao smiled, not feeling rushed ahead to the garden for strawberry picking. Go ahead. Let me know if you require anything, she offered with a smile. Shao Yunwan nodded in acknowledgement. As he entered the East Flower Hall in the front courtyard, Shao Yunwan was taken aback when a young man dashed towards him, enveloping him in a bear hug while exclaiming joyfully, "Fifth brother, I've come to see you." Shao Yunduan's heart leaped with excitement. He grasped the young man's shoulders, his eyes lighting up. "Qi, it's really you, Qi." "Yes, it's me. Fifth brother, I missed you terribly, haha. How have you been? And how's fifth sister-in-law? Where's my little nephew?" Shao Yunduan beamed, patting Qi's sturdy shoulders. "We're all doing well, everything's fine. And you? What brings you here?" A flicker of nervousness danced in Shao Yunduan's chest. Qi quickly reassured him with a smile. "I'm doing great, really. I couldn't bear to be away from you all, so I decided to pay a visit to fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law, and my adorable nephew. I plan to visit father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law in a few days, too. It's been too long since I've seen them. I miss them dearly." Qi's longing was palpable. Shao Yunduan relaxed, offering a warm smile. "It's wonderful to hear that you're doing well, and I'm sure your family will be overjoyed to see you." Qi flashed a bright, toothy grin. "Absolutely, I believe so too." The brothers exchanged a fond glance, sharing a hearty laugh. Qi proceeded to introduce everyone to Shao Yunduan. First, there was Qin Yuanshan, his brother. Then, Yuan Mi, the esteemed female general in the Northwest Army, who also happened to be his friend. Lastly, there was Miss Tang Fanghua, another friend of his. Qin Yuanshan, roughly Qi's age, greeted Shao Yunduan with a warm smile. Perhaps influenced by Qi's frequent boasts about his fifth brother, they couldn't help but display a hint of curiosity as they observed Shao Yunduan. Despite their subtle scrutiny, Shao Yunduan couldn't help but find the situation amusing and chose to overlook it. They had received word about Qi's transformation 2 years prior. The silent old hunter who had taught Qi martial arts turned out to be none other than the renowned General Zhao. With the Zhao family's demise, Qi became the sole heir to General Zhao's legacy. Ever since this revelation, the Northwest Army had taken special interest in Qi, treating him as a potential leader for the new generation of the army. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2043. Savior. The internal conflict among the princes raged on, casting a shadow of chaos over the realm. While Qi maintained control in the Northwest Army's stronghold on the presidency deterred any rash actions. Despite this, Qi harbored concerns for Shao Yunduan and Qiao. prompting his visit. Upon Qi's introduction of Qin Yuan Shan and the others to Shao Yunduan, pleasantries were exchanged. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly when Love Mei, standing beside Tang Fanghua, interjected with a smile. Our girl saved General Shao's life during her time in the Northwest. She wishes to pay a visit to Lord and Lady Shao as well. Love Mei's words caused a sudden chill to settle over the gathering. Qin Yuan Shan and Yuan Mi exchanged glances discreetly, their expressions betraying a mix of emotions. Yuan Mi couldn't help but roll her eyes in private. Observing Qi's strained smile, Shao Yunduan exchanged a glance with Miss Tang, who had halted Love Mei and now smiled graciously. Sensing the implications, Shao Yunduan nodded at Tang Fanghua and spoke warmly. So you were the one who saved Qi? Your actions won't go unnoticed. We'll find a way to repay you. Miss Tang, if you ever require assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Tang Fanghua returned the smile. Lord Shao, your generosity knows no bounds. I acted out of goodwill, it was nothing. Shao Yunduan maintained his smile, leaving further discussion to his wife. You must be weary from your journey. Please, make yourself at home. There's no need to stay at an inn when you have your own residence here. Shao Yunduan was aware of their arrival in An City 2 days prior, while the trio still resided at Liuhe Manor, hence their initial absence. Their visit today came only upon learning of their return. Qin Yuan Shan and Yuan Mi dispensed with formalities, opting to stay at the state office for convenience. Understanding Qi's eagerness to reunite with his brother and sister-in-law, they expressed gratitude before retiring. Aware that Qi and his brother had much to catch up on after years apart, they left promptly, guided by the servants to their quarters. Tang Fanghua, however, insisted with a smile, "Am not fatigued. I've had ample rest these past 2 days. Lord Shao, I wish to pay a visit to Madame Shao." Yuan Mi and Qin Yuan Shan exchanged speechless glances. This woman had no sense of propriety. Why insert herself into their family reunion? Did she envision herself as a member of the Shao clan? What audacity! Even if she saved Qi's life, without his affections, she couldn't force a marriage. She had rebuffed her advances countless times, yet she persisted in her delusion. Shameless, truly. Yuan Mi was on the verge of intervening when Shao Yunduan nodded in agreement. All right. Yuan Mi struggled to find words, cursing Shao Yunduan inwardly for his shamelessness. She resented him for enabling Tang Fanghua's audacity. Surely, Shao Yunduan couldn't be oblivious to her true intentions. Qi was equally taken aback, but remained silent. Tang Fanghua's face lit up with gratitude as she thanked him with a beaming smile. Thank you, Lord Shao. With that, Shao Yunduan led Qi, Tang Fanghua, and her 2 maids, Levine and Love Mei, into the courtyard. Tang Fanghua and her servants rejoiced, unaware of the impending misfortune looming just around the corner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2044. Why are you here? Shao Yunduan may have been unfamiliar with Tang Fanghua and her attendant, but he sensed her dubious intentions. He trusted his wife to handle the situation adeptly. Regarding the debt of saving her life, Shao Yunduan deemed it wise to resolve it promptly. Since Tang Fanghua openly expressed her desire to repay him, he decided to grant her wish swiftly. He didn't want Qi to be burdened by such an obligation. Wife! Shao Yunduan's voice exuded warmth and excitement. Look who's here. A broad grin illuminated Qi's youthful and handsome face as he eagerly approached. 5th sister-in-law, it's me. I'll come to see you and my nephew. Qiao Xian, engrossed in play with her son, was momentarily stunned. She was here? It couldn't be. Qi's presence filled her with astonishment and delight. Qi, you're really here. Qi beamed with happiness and pride. 5th sister-in-law, it's me. Qiao Xian burst into laughter, moving closer. Excellent. You've returned after all these years. Anan, come greet Uncle Qi. Anan, curious, blinked his watery eyes and regarded Qi. Following his mother's prompt, he obediently chimed, "Uncle Qi." Qi's face lit up with joy as he reached out to embrace his nephew. Tang Fanghua and her attendant had not been able to survey their surroundings upon entering, thus initially missing the presence of Qiao Xian and her son. However, as their gazes finally settled on them, their expressions shifted dramatically. Levine, who had suffered the most the day before, was now the most shocked. A cry of surprise escaped her lips. Qiao Xian, upon noticing their arrival, froze in place. Qi, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, felt a twinge of unease but brushed it off as mere imagination. Surely, nothing could be amiss. Realizing his oversight in introducing Tang Fanghua to Qiao Xian, Qi withdrew his hands from Anan and addressed Qiao Xian with a smile. "Fifth sister-in-law, this is Tang Fanghua, Miss Tang. She's accompanied by my other two friends." Levine's complexion turned ashen, fear flickering in her eyes as she trembled involuntarily. Recalling her altercation with Qiao Xian the previous day, she regretted her actions deeply. If only she had known Qiao Xian's true identity as the prefect's wife, she wouldn't have dared to provoke her, no matter how bored she felt. Tang Fanghua, too, felt a pang of embarrassment, her face alternating between shades of red and white. This friendly fire, what a predicament. To realize that the woman before her was the prefect's wife explained her arrogance. It also explained, with a sinking feeling, how she had maintained airs of superiority as a relative of the Lord Prefect. The realization burned through Tang Fanghua like a flame. Tang Fanghua strained to summon a smile, but it eluded her. Her attempts to speak resulted in silence, her throat constricted by tension. Qiao Xian offered a wry half-smile in acknowledgement. "So it's you." Ignoring the awkwardness, Levine hastily interjected, "Indeed, our miss saved General Shao." Though her words felt abrupt, she felt compelled to speak. It was their best and only defense. Perhaps, on the grounds of Tang Fenghua's deed, the prefect's wife would show mercy and exercise decorum. Qi's eyes flashed with anger. He cast a cold gaze at Levine, then turned to Tang Fanghua with a mask of disdain. His disgust was palpable, and so was his anger. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2045. We're on the same side, Shao. Yunduan's eyes glinted with mockery as he regarded Tang Fanghua. He now understood the true nature of Qi's savior. Despite her role in saving Qi, Shao Yunduan vowed never to allow such a person to linger by Qi's side, bringing trouble upon him. Qiao Xian, smiling at the sudden interjection, shot a meaningful glance at Tang Fanghua. Tang Fanghua flushed hot with embarrassment, feeling exposed under Qiao Xian's penetrating gaze. She seethed with shame and resentment, her fists clenched tightly. Despite his usual obliviousness, even Qi sensed that there was more to the situation. "Fifth sister-in-law, what do you know, Miss Tang? What's the connection?" Qiao Xian couldn't fault Qi for saving her life. Li Qiao, devoid of emotion, recounted the events of the previous day. Both Shao Yunduan and Qi erupted in fury simultaneously. Qi fixed a piercing glare on Tang Fanghua. "Miss Tang, care to explain this?" "Fifth sister-in-law, fifth brother, I apologize, don't." Qiao Xian interjected, smiling warmly at Qi. "We're family, and your fifth brother and I would never hold our own family accountable for the mistakes of outsiders. While they may be your friends, friends remain distinct from family. We stand together as one, capable of distinguishing right from wrong." Suppressing his anger, Shao Yunduan added, "Your sister-in-law speaks wisely. Let's refrain from further unfounded accusations." Qi nodded, chastened. "Yes, fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law." Tang Fanghua, feeling the weight of Qiao Xian's words, hurriedly spoke up, "Madam Shao, I wasn't aware it was you, and it wouldn't matter if it weren't us." Qiao Xian interjected icily. "Your insinuations are distasteful, Miss Tang. Are you suggesting that your actions hinge on the identities of those involved? That you treat ordinary people with callous disregard?" Are we to be casually bullied without reason? Tang Fanghua shook her head frantically. No, that's not what I meant. I was out of line. It's entirely my fault. Levying, equally terrified, dropped to her knees. Madam Shao, please forgive me. I didn't intend harm. I was overwhelmed in the moment. It's not my usual demeanor. I was in a haze. This was unrelated to my master's wishes. Please forgive me, Madam Shao. General Shao, I beg of you, please. Qi's voice cut through the tension, dripping with cold disdain. Consider yourself fortunate that you're not bound to me as a slave. Otherwise, I'd have disposed of you long ago. He had yearned to meet his nephew, only to discover that the child had suffered at the hands of this contemptible servant. The mere thought of it gnawed at his heart. Yet, despite her transgressions, this servant dared to plead for mercy. She had harbored suspicions about Tang Fanghua's character from start. Nonetheless, out of gratitude for saving his life, he had turned a blind eye to her misdeeds as long as they didn't cause significant trouble or lead to legal action. But now, her indulgence of her maid's cruelty toward his nephew shattered any semblance of tolerance he had left. Tang Fanghua was consumed by remorse. She had been apprehensive, uncertain if Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian would accept her. If they favored her, perhaps she could appeal to them. Qi held his fifth brother and sister-in-law in high regard. Their support might pave the way for her marriage with Qi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2046. A dog using its master's power, but what if they don't like her? What should she do? Or perhaps they hated her? Could she and Qi still have a future? Tang Fanghua was consumed with anxiety, her thoughts swirling in turmoil. Just the day before, she had sauntered casually with her maids through the bustling streets of An's prefecture city. Spotting the renowned used dessert shop, she decided to venture inside. Little did she anticipate the twist of fate awaiting her. The very person she had been strategizing to win over had been deeply offended by her actions just yesterday. Recalling the harsh words she had uttered, she felt her face flush with embarrassment. Qiao Xian, too, felt stifled by the turn of events. Had she known, she would have had the nanny and Kaiyun take Anan elsewhere. She had hoped the incident from the previous day had blown over, but now the unexpected resurgence left her feeling even more despondent. Despite her disdain for Levying, Qiao Xian restrained herself from retaliating, refusing to stoop to her level. She cast a calm glance at Tang Fanghua before speaking. Well, abide by your decision. After all, she's under Miss Tang's authority. It wouldn't be appropriate for us outsiders to intervene. Qi's glare bore into Levying, a mix of guilt and anger brewing within him. He harbored a strong desire to reprimand her harshly. Under the weight of their collective gaze, Tang Fanghua's demeanor turned hesitant, her inner turmoil evident on her face. If she possessed even a modicum of intelligence, she would know what course of action to take. If her intention truly lay in marrying Qi, she would understand that she couldn't retain this maidservant. The Shao family wouldn't tolerate the presence of such a malevolent and abusive maid, especially one who targeted the vulnerable and innocent Anan. Tang Fanghua had no choice but to disassociate herself from Levying. Levying, too, grasped the severity of the situation. Prostrating herself on the ground, she turned to Tang Fanghua, pleading for mercy. Miss, I've been loyal to you. I recognize my wrongdoing. Please forgive me this once, considering my years of devoted service. I swear I'll never repeat it. Please, I beg of you, have mercy. Tang Fanghua gritted her teeth, her gaze piercing as she glared at Levying, her resolve hardening. Qi, incredulous, vented his anger. What's the use of keeping such a despicable servant, Miss Tang? Are you truly so attached? I've been faithful to you, miss. I've been faithful. Levying wailed, her forehead repeatedly striking the ground. Qi, seething with fury, averted his gaze, consumed by disappointment and guilt. He realized then that he and Tang Fanghua were fundamentally different individuals. The Shao family would never condone the presence of such malice. Their integrity wouldn't allow it. Finally, Tang Fanghua made her decision. With gritted teeth, she knelt alongside Levi. Lord Shao, Madam Shao, I deeply apologize to you both. It's entirely my fault. I failed to discipline Levi properly. While she's at fault, she doesn't deserve death. Please spare her. Qi's anger flared. Miss Tang, refrain from slandering her. When did my brother and sister-in-law indicate they wanted this servant dead? Tears welled in Tang Fanghua's eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry I spoke rashly. I promise to enforce strict discipline from now on. Such behavior will not be tolerated. If it recurs, there will be consequences. Please forgive me, Lord Shao, Madam Shao. After all, Levi has been by my side for so many years. We've shared hardships together. I simply can't bear to, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2047. Everyone is dumbfounded. Shao Yunwan was taken aback by Tang Fanghua's decision to defend Levi. While he couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration, it paled in comparison to his disgust for the servant's actions. Qi, equally surprised, resolved to defer to his fifth brother and sister-in-law's judgment, regardless of his own feelings. However, Qiao Xian's response caught everyone off guard. With a sneer, she spoke calmly. I'm protective by nature. My son is innocent and vulnerable, yet this wretch finds pleasure in tormenting him. Is she even human? Such innate cruelty cannot be tolerated. I demand her life. Miss Tang, will you stand against me for the sake of this vile creature? The room fell silent, everyone stunned by Qiao Xian's declaration. Levi, paralyzed with fear, forgot to shed tears. Her swollen eyes bore into Qiao Xian with a mixture of defiance and terror. Tang Fanghua's expression shifted from disbelief to condemnation. Despite her earnest pleas, Qiao Xian refused to relent. Why was she so merciless? How could she advocate for violence over a minor transgression? Moreover, as Qi's savior, shouldn't she show some respect? But Qiao Xian showed no inclination to accommodate Tang Fanghua. Instead, she sneered, I'm going to make an example out of this wretch right now. Miss Tang, I'm asking you one last time. Will you grant me this request or not? Levi trembled with terror, casting pleading eyes towards Tang Fanghua, clinging to the hope of salvation. Tang Fanghua quivered, engulfed by remorse, though her regret harbored a hidden truth. She hadn't anticipated such resistance from the prefect's wife. Despairingly, she glanced at Qi, only to find him averting his gaze. Her heart chilled as tears welled in her eyes. Madam Shao, you're kind and compassionate. Despite this servant's faults, she's still a human life. I implore you, spare her. I pledge to discipline her rigorously from now on. Qiao Xian scoffed. Kindness is reserved for those deserving of it. Have you ever seen anyone extend kindness to a venomous snake? Tang Fanghua seethed with indignation. This humiliation was unbearable, a slap to her dignity. I won't spare her, Qiao Xian declared boldly. I'm determined to end this wretch's life. My husband holds sway in this city, and his word is law. Whatever I desire, I attain. If I demand her life, it's as good as done. Do you doubt me? Miss, please, I beg of you, spare me. Levi pleaded, her voice trembling with fear as tears streamed down her pale face. Tang Fanghua, swayed by Qiao Xian's confidence, appealed desperately. Madam Shao, do you truly wish to become a killer? Qiao Xian's sneer deepened. Do you misunderstand the value of human life? This servant callously harmed the eldest son of the prefect. Even if I were to administer her punishment, she would still deserve it. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Fanghua choked back a sob, breaking out in a cold sweat. She realized the truth. Her life was expendable. Levi had harmed a scion of the Shao family, deserving nothing less than severe retribution. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2048. A Life for a Life. Tang Fanghua was seething with the urge to slap Levying several times. This troublemaker was utterly clueless. Dealing with her frivolous antics was inevitable, but now was not the time for that. Despite her frustration, Tang Fanghua knew she had to save her. No matter what, she couldn't let Levying suffer. Xiao Xian's teasing had momentarily eased the tension. You two seem quite close. Impressive, he remarked. Tang Fanghua turned to Xiao Xian, her expression tense. Xiao Xian's smile was unnerving. Miss Tang, do you truly wish to save her? Yes. She's been by my side for years. I can't just abandon her. Madam Shao, please have mercy. Mercy isn't my forte, but there may be another way, Xiao Xian said, a calculating gleam in his eyes. Madam Shao, what do you propose? It's quite simple, Xiao Xian replied with a smirk. A life for a life. Tang Fenghua's face drained of color, her eyes widening in shock as she stood frozen, trying to comprehend Xiao Xian's chilling ultimatum. A life for a life? What could Madame Shao possibly mean by that? It's not what you're imagining, Xiao Xian sneered. You saved Qi's life, didn't you? That means the Shao family owes you a debt. So, it'll compensate you with another 50,000 silver. From now on, keep quiet about saving Qi, and well, consider the matter settled. Qi's excitement surged as he looked at Xiao Xian. Fifth sister-in-law had gone through all this trouble for him. Fifth sister-in-law had always been kind to him and his family. Shao Yunduan caught on to the situation, a knowing smile in his eyes. He understood his wife's motives. It hadn't been easy for her. Tang Fanghua gazed at Qi, silently pleading for him to speak up. But Qi avoided her gaze, feigning ignorance. Tang Fenghua's heart sank with sorrow and desperation. She had saved him. Without her, he might not be alive today. Such a debt transcended earthly bounds. Could it truly be dismissed at her word? Could it be erased so easily? Why didn't he say a word? Why did he do this to her? Tang Fenghua's tears rolled down her face as she sobbed. She was very, very sad. Xiao Xian remained unmoved by Tang Fenghua's attempts to reason. Impatiently, he said, Miss Tang, what's your decision? I highly doubt the bond between you and your servant is as strong as you claim. Tang Fenghua's eyelids flickered with irritation. Fine, I agree. I won't mention saving your life again, but I refuse the money. That's not acceptable. You must accept the money. The Shao family won't allow you to suffer a loss. 50,000 taels of silver, along with the life, should be sufficient. But you have to. Tang Fanghua fell silent. Xiao Xian pressed on. I prefer everything to be documented. We should clearly outline the terms. What did this servant do? Miss Tang's master-servant relationship was exchanged for her life, and the Shao family consented. Well, provide Miss Tang with another 50,000 taels of silver. What? Tang Fenghua's expression shifted. Initially, she had a plan. How could Qi's life equate to that of a mere maidservant like Levying? If the Shao family used the life of a maidservant to trade for Qi's, even with an additional 50,000 taels of silver, it would be an act of bullying. If word got out, sympathy would flow her way, condemning the Shao family's actions. They'd have no way to evade the fallout. But with everything laid out plainly in black and white, there would be no room for maneuvering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2049. I want to talk about it again instead. It was Tang Fanghua who ended up protecting the ungrateful servant. But did Tang Fanghua truly have a choice? No, she did not. She had already committed to the exchange of a life for a life. Reneging on her promise now would only bring shame upon her. Besides, going back on her word was simply not an option. Xiao Xian reassured her, Don't worry, Miss Tang. As long as you keep quiet about this outside, refraining from mentioning saving our lives, we won't disclose anything. It won't bring any harm to you. Reluctantly, Tang Fanghua agreed. Madam Shao, I won't bring it up again. Excellent. Xiao Xian's smile was insincere as he instructed someone to document the agreement. 2 copies were drawn up, each signed and exchanged between parties. Qi remained silent throughout. Seeing the contract, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his chest. Relief washed over him. I can't tolerate this wretch, and neither does the state office. Li Qiao escorted her out. Xiao Xin commanded. Miss Tang, will you stay or leave? After a brief moment of hesitation, Tang Fanghua made her decision to stay. If Tang Fanghua left now, she'd face ridicule from Qin Yuanshan and Yuanmi. That was intolerable to her. She was relieved they weren't present. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. So, Levine was left to depart from the inn alone. Xiao Xian made no arrangements for her transportation. She didn't deserve it. Meanwhile, Tang Fanghua and Liu Mei were escorted to their quarters to rest. Xiao Xian couldn't help but think they weren't as close as they seemed, with the irrelevant parties gone. Xiao Xian, her husband, and she could finally converse freely. She glanced at them, but Xiao Xian interrupted with a grin. Hey, Qi, no talk of apologies? Or, I might just show you the door. Laughter filled the room. Shao Yunduan chimed in. We're all on the same team here. But I'm curious, what's this about saving my life? Qi had intended to apologize, but his brothers and sister-in-law's words halted him. Despite his desire to make amends, an apology now would only distance him further. It might even imply collusion with Tang Fanghua, a notion he detested. Qi didn't deny Tang Fanghua's act of saving his life. However, the constant reminders from Tang Fanghua and her maidservants about this favor left him feeling disgusted and frustrated. Their insistence on leveraging this debt forced him into uncomfortable situations he wished to avoid. He had always perceived Tang Fanghua as someone who, unless she underwent a drastic change in personality and got married, would likely persistently pursue him for the rest of her life. Despite her clear intentions of wanting to marry him, he had never reciprocated. Repeatedly, he had turned down her advances. Yet, she persisted, returning intermittently, much to his annoyance. Recalling Fifth Brother's inquiry stirred bitterness within Qi. About 2 years ago, Behu had instigated several small tribes to stir up trouble. Qi led a team to investigate. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed on their return journey, resulting in everyone being scattered. Qi, poisoned, found himself alone in the wilderness, unaware of when he had lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he discovered Tang Fanghua had saved him. She and her servant had traveled from Hebei in search of relatives, only to find they had relocated without leaving a trace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2050. Savior as fate would have it, Tang Fanghua had heard of a relative residing in a small town, prompting her to venture there. Little did she know she would cross paths with Qi and save him along the way. Upon returning to Guiwu City, where Qi's encampment was located, Qi pledged to assist Tang Fanghua in locating her relatives. Despite their efforts, they were unable to locate them. Left with no other options, Tang Fanghua naturally remained in Guiwu City. Given that she had saved Qi's life, he couldn't bear to see her homeless and alone. Consequently, he purchased a house for her and provided financial support. Qi inquired about her plans. Should she wish to return to her hometown, he offered to arrange for her safe escort, ensuring her well-being under the care of her clan's patriarch and elders, with his support. Alternatively, if she desired to settle in Guiwu City, he would support her decision. In the event of marriage, he vowed to provide a generous dowry to secure her future. However, Tang Fanghua merely expressed her willingness to remain in Guiwu City temporarily, deferring further discussions for later. The two maids, Levine and Liu Mei, made a jest, suggesting, "Why don't we just arrange a marriage between General Shao and our miss? Wouldn't that be a match made in heaven?" Upon hearing this, Qi sternly rebuked them, insisting they refrain from such jests in the future. He warned them that tarnishing their misreputation would have consequences, and they would not be pardoned for it. As a man of integrity, Qi asserted he would never entertain the notion of marrying his savior. He had never entertained such thoughts. Tang Fanghua joined in, swiftly reprimanding Levying and Mei for their foolish remarks. She, too, was concerned about the damage to General Shao's reputation. She made it clear that if they continued with such nonsense, she would dismiss them from her service. Shocked by the severity of their scolding, Levying and Mei offered profuse apologies. Unable to do more than reprimand the maids, Qi resolved to teach them a lesson. Despite the warning, Fanghua and her servant persisted in visiting the military camp to seek Qi's company, often bringing gifts of food and clothing. Initially, Qi paid little attention to their visits. However, as they became more frequent, the elders at the military camp began to express their concerns. They questioned Qi about his relationship with Miss Tang. Qi was shocked and quickly explained. Feng Qiao, Su Xiangyang, Zhao Zhongse, and the other old generals couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were all astute individuals. How could they fail to discern Miss Tang's intentions? The conspicuous actions of the master and servant had made it common knowledge throughout the military camp and Guiwu City that she was Qi's savior. Frequently, she would visit to deliver items, often met with teasing and suggestive glances from onlookers. Each time, she would shyly deny any romantic involvement, insisting, "Don't talk nonsense," or "That's not true." But how different was this from tacit approval? It was evident that this woman harbored ulterior motives, exhibiting a cunning nature. Her schemes weren't straightforward. If Qi were to marry her, it might not bode well. Learning of this, Qi felt despondent. He barred them from visiting the military camp again, opting instead to send emissaries twice monthly. Should they require anything, they could communicate through them. Yet, Fanghua remained evasive when questioned about her plans, prolonging the ambiguity. Levying and Mei resumed their testing, heaping praise upon their young miss and subtly hinting at her affections for General Shao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2051. Really tired Qi felt complicated when he heard that. He would never marry Fanghua. He had never thought about this before, and the thought of it made him feel uncomfortable. Of course, he would not do it. However, this situation couldn't persist indefinitely, especially when old General Su, Xiangyang, and other senior figures began to express concerns about the ticking clock of a woman's age. Delaying matters could leave Fanghua labeled as an old maid. She knew he couldn't avoid addressing the issue forever. Yet, despite their efforts, including those of the senior figures and their spouses, Fanghua remained unyielding. She rejected all matchmaking attempts. In a bid to quash any romantic notions between Qi and Fanghua, the group concocted a plan to make them sworn siblings. It seemed like an ideal solution at first. However, Fanghua vehemently opposed the idea. She desired to be Madame Shao, not a sworn sibling. Despite the pressure, she stood her ground, insisting she wasn't worthy of being sworn siblings with General Shao. Her refusal was unwavering, and no amount of coercion could sway her. Frustrated, they had no choice but to let the matter rest. Their collective indignation was palpable. Dealing with Miss Tang proved more exhausting than battling Beihu warriors. Truly, she was a formidable opponent. Facing internal conflicts was draining. Qi grew concerned for fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law, and his family. After deliberating with the old generals, he decided to return home to visit them. To Qi's surprise, Fanghua expressed a desire to accompany him. She claimed admiration for Lord Shao and Madame Shao, wishing to meet them. Qi's agreement to her request stemmed from his intention to seek advice from his family on handling her. Thus, he acquiesced. However, traveling alone with her was out of the question. Even with servants and attendants, it wouldn't suffice. Therefore, he enlisted Qin Yuanshan and Yuan Mi to accompany them. Qin Yuanshan and Yuan Mi harbored their own reservations toward Fanghua, so they readily agreed. Learning of their inclusion, Fanghua and the others didn't seem too pleased. Qi poured out his troubles in one breath. Fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law, what should we do about this? Xiao Yinduan grew irritated. Look after yourself. You can't marry her, and don't let her scheme against you. I understand. Xiao Xian interjected with a smile. Now that the debt has been settled, you needn't feel burdened. Simply send her back to her hometown. If she's clever, she'll understand what to do. Shao Yunwan nodded in agreement. When you depart, you needn't take her with you. He'll arrange for someone to escort her back home. Though Qi was eager to comply, he hesitated. But what if she refuses? Shao Yunwan sneered. It's not her decision to make. Xiao Xian chimed in with a smile. Qi, you're too kind-hearted. It's understandable to feel uncertain in such a situation, especially with Miss Tang's position. You'll learn to handle it better. It was unusual for Qi to not be coerced into agreeing with Miss Tang's wishes. After all, he had saved her life. It was natural for him to feel hesitant. Grateful for his brother and sister-in-law support, Qi felt a wave of relief. With them in charge, he could finally relax a bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2052, Why Isn't He Here? The joy of reunion soon eclipsed their earlier conversation. The three of them immersed themselves in catching up and discussing various topics. Qi relished the moment as he finally embraced Anan, enjoying their time together and sharing hearty laughter. After a while, Qi's luggage arrived from the inn. He directed someone to bring in the wooden box containing gifts for Shao Yunwan and Xiao Xian. He presented Xiao Xian with a box of gemstones, 2 white jade thrones, and a pair of jade-lined paperweights for Shao Yunwan. Among the gifts were also high-quality leather and unique gold artifacts. Though not numerous, each item exuded extraordinary quality. The box of gems alone contained 20 to 30 thumb-sized, flawlessly clear gems that sparkled brilliantly when the lid was opened. Most of the gifts were intended for Anan. The two of them sat on the carpet, examining the jade carvings one by one. There were miniature swords, jade horses, bows and arrows, golden masks, various animals crafted from gold and gemstones, as well as an assortment of intriguing bone and wood carvings. Anan's eyes sparkled with delight at each new discovery. He cheered with excitement, his face illuminated with joy as he reveled in the company of Uncle Qi. During lunch, Qi extended an invitation to Qin Yuanshan, Yuan Mi, and Tang Fanghua. Tang Fanghua took the opportunity to freshen up and change into elegant attire, exuding a gentle and refined aura. She appeared neither embarrassed nor ashamed as she politely greeted Xiao Xian and Shao Yunwan. Impressed by her demeanor, Xiao Xian and Shao Yunwan exchanged a knowing glance. This woman possessed a formidable presence. Her composed demeanor only served to amplify Qi's discomfort in her presence. Qin Yuanshan and Yuan Mi were taken aback to see only Liu Mei accompanying Tang Fanghua, particularly Yuan Mi. As for Tang Fanghua's 2 maidservants, their behavior had been increasingly erratic. Whenever Tang Fanghua engaged in conversation with Qi, they would interject, seemingly insinuating a rivalry for Qi's attention. Yuan Mi was infuriated by their antics and would have reprimanded them, if not for Qin Yuanshan's intervention. Qin Yuanshan repeatedly intervened, urging Yuan Mi not to stoop to the level of arguing with mere servants. Such behavior would only demean them. Despite the maid's arrogance, Qin Yuanshan assured Yuan Mi that their arrogance would inevitably lead to their downfall. For now, they should simply observe and wait. While she didn't want Qi to face any trouble, she acknowledged Tang Fanghua's debt of gratitude toward him. Qi was the sole heir of old General Zhao, who had aided Tang Fanghua's family. Thus, if Tang Fanghua didn't mind their presence, Yuan Mi would tolerate it. Nonetheless, she simmered with anger. The absence of levying, particularly in Qi's household, roused suspicion. Why wasn't she present to curry favor with Qi's sister-in-law? Intrigued, Yuan Mi couldn't help but inquire. Miss Tang, why isn't levying here? Where has she gone? She hoped to preempt any unpleasant surprises caused by levying's sudden appearance. Tang Fanghua's genteel facade cracked at Yuan Mi's question, her expression clouding with anger. Quickly, Kaiwa interjected, that wretch is cunning. She used her influence to have our mistress drive her away. Our mistress won't tolerate her presence and soil our home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2053. Xuan leave Tang Fanghua, and Love Mei seethed with anger as Yuan Mi's laughter rang out. Intrigued, Yuan Mi's interest peaked. Oh, this is news to me. She's got spunk to act up in front of Madame Shao. Is she out her mind? Worried about Qiao escalating matters, Love Mei interjected. There was an incident yesterday. Levine crossed paths with young Master Shao. Qiao scoffed, her tone sharp. It wasn't an accident. It was deliberate malice. Our young master is but a child. When he crossed her path, she stuck her leg out and tripped him. Madame witnessed it firsthand and reprimanded her yesterday. But we didn't know her identity then. Who'd have thought she'd have the nerve to show up again today? Yuan Mi gasped, incredulous. How despicable! Attacking an innocent child. What sort of cowardice is that? It sickens me. Sickening indeed. Tang Fanghua clenched her handkerchief, her body quivering with rage. She wanted to storm out, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. What good would leaving now do? It would only paint her as ill-tempered. Better to endure, albeit gritting her teeth, than to worsen her standing in the eyes of Lord and Madame Shao. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I apologize sincerely, Tang Fanghua admitted, her voice heavy with remorse. Yuan Mi couldn't resist a sneer. Finally acknowledging your shortcomings. Huh? It's a rare sight. Qin Yuanshan nudged Yuan Mi discreetly, murmuring, enough now. Aware of the delicate situation, they couldn't afford to overstep their bounds in Lord and Madame Shao's residence. Yuan Mi huffed, shooting a disdainful glance at Tang Fanghua and her attendant before falling silent. Qiao shot Love Mei a scathing look before departing. Xiao Xian had taken charge of the lunch arrangements herself, mindful of their guests' preferences from the Northwest. Strong flavors preferred over lighter fare. The 12 dishes and soup served reflected this, a testament to Xiao Xian's culinary expertise. Despite the limited time for preparation, the dishes garnered praise, especially from Qi and the others accustomed to the rigors of military camp life, for whom this meal was a rare treat. Both Yuan Mi and Qin Yuanshan showered praise on the spread, while Qi beamed with pride, joined by Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan in satisfaction. Later that afternoon, Shao Yunduan, Qi, and Qin Yuanshan convened in the study, engaging in tea-making and lively conversation. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian strolled the garden with Anan and Yuan Mi, with Tang Fanghua in tow. The garden sprawled expansively, enriched by Xiao Xian's green thumb. Her affinity with what empowered the flora to thrive, producing vibrant, lush blooms and robust fruit trees that quickly became a cherished attraction. Xiao Xian led Yuan Mi on a fruity excursion, plucking strawberries, mulberries, peaches, plums, dragon fruits, and the last harvest of loquats and bayberries. She even arranged for Jia Hemming and his children to join, much to Yuan Mi's delight. The allure of strawberries proved irresistible, captivating even the seasoned female general with their delicate, sweet allure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2054. This matter is strange upon learning that strawberries could be cultivated in the Northwest. Yuan Mi asked Xiao Xian if they could take some home. Xiao Xian readily agreed with a smile. Tang Fanghua and her servant quietly trailed behind, their presence enough to indicate their desire to participate. Love Mei, once the most competitive, now remained subdued, her former outspokenness replaced by caution. Tang Fanghua longed to please Xiao Xian but hesitated to speak up. Despite her uncertainty about Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan's expectations, she couldn't bear to stay behind. To her, not joining would mean forfeiting any chance of redemption, an unacceptable loss. Regardless of her repentance, Tang Fanghua understood the futility of her efforts. Even her past act of saving a life seemed irrelevant now. Yet, she clung to the hope of fulfillment, despite knowing it was a futile endeavor. Qiao Xian prepared a delectable dinner featuring Qi's favorite dishes from home: boiled meat slices, 4 happiness meatballs, stir-fried double crisps, steamed mandarin fish, and prawns with eggplant juice. As Qi savored the familiar flavors, his eyes sparkled with surprise and delight, recognizing fifth sister-in-law's culinary touch. Qiao Xian chuckled with satisfaction, remarking that her doting on him wasn't without reason. Later that night, Qiao Xian anticipated Shao Yunduan and Qi catching up into the wee hours, but as she settled Anan to sleep and prepared for bed herself, Shao Yunduan returned unexpectedly. Surprised, Qiao Xian queried, "Aren't you planning to catch up with Qi? I thought you two would talk until midnight, given all these years apart." Shao Yunduan grinned, reassuring her, "Qi will be around for a few more days, don't worry." True to his word, Qi lingered. After a moment of silence, Shao Yunduan broached the topic. "Don't you find Miss Tang's behavior rather peculiar? She doesn't strike me as someone who would conform to typical master-servant dynamics. I can't fathom why she would sacrifice her life-saving favor to defend that woman." Qiao Xian blurted out, "I also find it unsettling. I'm not one to overlook things easily, and I certainly have no desire to cross paths with Levying. It's surprising to see Miss Tang so fiercely protective of her. I even tested her during our conversation. I feigned interest in punishing that maidservant to gauge her reaction. I never anticipated she'd go to such lengths to defend her. It's straightforward. They'll send someone to inquire tomorrow." In the An's province, Shao Yunduan wielded authority, extending even to Qiao Xian. Shao Yunduan nodded appreciatively. "Time is of the essence. Thank you for your efforts tomorrow." Qiao Xian replied with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. These days have been rather mundane, so it's refreshing to have something interesting to focus on." Refusing to budge, Tang Fanghua and Livmei lingered in the backyard of the state government office, while Levying remained holed up in the inn, too afraid to venture out after a previous ordeal. However, to Levying's surprise, Qiao Xian wasn't finished with her yet. The following day, Qiao Xian instructed the guards to escort Levying to the yard where Zheng Sang and the others were staying. They then confined her in an interrogation room for questioning. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2055. Not at all. When Levying laid eyes on Qiao Xian, she was overcome with fear, nearly losing her wits in terror. She felt as though her fate was sealed. Attempting to divert attention by speaking of her master, Levying found Qiao Xian unperturbed. In An's prefecture city, the demise of servant hardly raised eyebrows. Furthermore, Tang Fanghua remained unaware of Levying's involvement, and even if she suspected, what could she possibly do? Surprisingly, Levying appeared more composed than Qiao Xian had anticipated. Though Qiao Xian issued threats, she refrained from inflicting physical harm. Levying, overwhelmed with fear, spilled her secrets willingly. There was no depth to the master-servant bond when one's life hung in the balance. No loyalty could rival the instinct for self-preservation. Agreeing to Levying's plea to exchange information for her life, Qiao Xian learned the truth. Tang Fanghua wasn't the one who saved Qi. While Qi lay poisoned and unconscious, Tang Fanghua did encounter him by chance, but she wasn't his savior. The antidote pills her parents supposedly left for her were a fabrication. Someone else had already cured Qi's poison before Tang Fanghua stumbled upon him. His recovery coincided with her arrival, leading him to mistakenly credit her with saving him. Seeing an opportunity to gain a life-saving favor, Tang Fanghua ambiguously accepted his gratitude. Reality had unexpectedly turned in Tang Fanghua's favor. Upon discovering Qi's true identity, she was ecstatic, bordering on euphoria. With her parents deceased and her hometown inhospitable due to familial greed, she had clandestinely sold her assets, fleeing with 2 maidservants to seek refuge with her mother's distant sister. Yet, her hopes of sanctuary were dashed when she couldn't locate her aunt. Lost in panic and despair, she stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. Qi, a fourth-grade general in the Northwest Army, embodied youth and promise, and he had unwittingly become her savior. In her eyes, he represented stability and security. Naturally, Tang Fanghua envisioned him as her lifeline and desired to wed him. Though she harbored some affection for him, her primary motive was securing a lifetime of support through marriage. In her estimation, there was no better match than Qi. However, Qi, while remembering his act of saving her life, had no intentions of matrimonial commitment. Despite her advances, he rebuffed her. This rejection left Tang Fanghua feeling a mixture of anger, embarrassment, and wounded pride. What was wrong with her? She was his savior. Tang Fanghua had successfully deluded herself into believing she was Qi's savior. Why wouldn't he marry her? She pondered repeatedly. The more she delved into Qi's identity and family background, the tighter she clung to him. She knew opportunities like this were rare. Though Qi hadn't made any promises, he didn't seem to detest her either. With determination, she resolved to work tirelessly to win him over. Yet, despite her efforts, things had reached an impasse. Xiao was left stunned. She hadn't expected Levine to lie under such circumstances. Tang Fanghua's audacity knew no bounds. Not only had she seized the benefits and fled, but she also sought to settle here permanently. Fortunately, she wasn't one to be easily swayed. If he couldn't outright reject her due to courtesy, or if her sweet words managed to charm him, it would pose a problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2056. Qi is dumbfounded. It was understandable why Tang Fanghua would risk alienating her husband and wife, upsetting Qi, and even exchanging her life for Levine's. In that dire circumstance, had she not protected Levine likely would have revealed the truth to save herself, right? But looking back, it was all a stroke of luck. Xiao seethed with anger, her initial intent to punish Levine thwarted by Tang Fanghua's defense. She had purposely made the threat, never anticipating it would escalate to this extent. With a glimmer of hope, Xiao turned to Levine, asking if she knew who had saved Qi. Levine shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Understandable. How could they possibly know? Xiao abandoned further contemplation. The distance between them was too vast. She would leave it to Qi to decide whether to pursue the matter. As for the likelihood of uncovering anything, only time would tell. Arranging for Levine's confinement, Xiao relayed the situation to Shao Yunduan and Qi upon returning home. Shao Yunduan grasped the situation immediately. He harbored doubts about Tang Fanghua's character. How could she have been the one to save Qi? Shao Yunduan couldn't shake off his disgust at the thought of such a person being Qi's supposed savior. She was left dumbfounded. His mind reeled at Xiao's revelation, as if the very fabric of his world had been torn asunder. Had he been repaying the wrong favor all along? And what about his previous conflict with Tang Fanghua? How dare she deceive him? Observing Qi's bewildered expression, Shao Yunduan, who had intended to speak with him, held his tongue. Despite his frustration, he couldn't bring himself to add to his brother's distress. After a long silence, Qi finally regained his composure and turned to Xiao. Fifth sister-in-law, thank you. If you hadn't uncovered this, I might have remained oblivious for a long time. He realized he might never uncover the truth in this lifetime. After all, who would suspect that their supposed savior wasn't what they seemed? Xiao offered a comforting smile. What's false can never become true. Even if you don't know it now, the truth will reveal itself eventually. Try not to dwell on it too much. Qi nodded, though his thoughts still weighed heavily on him. How could he not dwell on it? He couldn't shake off his despondency. Shao Yunduan said, "What are you going to do? Since you know the truth, you can't let her lie to you." "Of course I want to expose her," Qi exclaimed, his agitation palpable. "How do you plan to do it?" Xiao inquired. Qi's resolve wavered, his brow furrowing. "I'm afraid she won't confess." He realized he lacked evidence to prove her guilt. Levine, a mere maid, couldn't offer substantial proof. Even though he trusted Levine wouldn't lie under such circumstances, Tang Fanghua could still deny everything or shift blame, leaving him powerless. Qiao Xian offered a reassuring smile. If it's a fabrication, there will always be inconsistencies. You could try to catch her in a trap. A trap? She echoed. Exactly. Since she wasn't truly your savior, she wouldn't know the specifics of what happened to you. Even if she tries to explain later, she won't withstand detailed scrutiny. If you set a trap, she might stumble in her explanations. Shao Yunduan chimed in. Your sister-in-law has laid it out clearly. The rest is up to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2057. Tang Fanghua's Joichi glanced at his brother and sister-in-law, nodding firmly. You're right, fifth brother. I'll handle this myself. We'll go find her now. Let's accompany you, Shao Yunduan suggested. We can also bring Miss Yuan Mi and General Qin along. The more people involved, the better. Tang Fanghua's audacity warranted no privacy. Upon hearing Qi's invitation, Tang Fanghua felt a surge of elation. Mei chimed in, playing up Shao Yunduan's supposed guilt. I knew it. General, Shao has a kind heart. After all, you saved him. Surely he regrets his earlier treatment of you. His invitation is a sign of his regard for relationships. It's not a bad thing. Tang Fanghua beamed with satisfaction, feigning humility. I seek only a clear conscience. General Shao is truly compassionate. He will come to understand me in time. You're absolutely right. Master and servant conveniently overlooked the fact that Tang Fanghua wasn't Qi's savior at all. Tang Fanghua had meticulously adorned herself for the occasion. Her bean green embroidered powder and apricot hydrangea dress boasted narrow sleeves, exuding freshness and elegance. A simple bun adorned with jade hairpins and a chrysanthemum branch, inlaid with pearls, added to her refined appearance, evoking a hint of sympathy. Yet upon arriving at the parlor where Qi had summoned her, Tang Fanghua and her servant felt a pang of unease upon seeing Qiao Xian, Shao Yunduan, Yuan Mi, and Qin Yuan Shan. Had she misunderstood something? Mei, however, wasn't disappointed. It seemed General Shao hadn't specifically invited her miss to speak. Instead, there were all these irrelevant people present. Tang Fanghua greeted Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan with a smile before turning to Qi and the others. Qi, it's quite lively here. Yuan Mi and Qin Yuan Shan, privy to the truth, regarded Tang Fanghua with disdain. Yuan Mi, in particular, couldn't hide her disgust. With a sneer, she remarked, Indeed, lively indeed, and it's about to get even livelier for you. Tang Fanghua, accustomed to such treatment, adopted a facade of aggrieved patience. Sister Yuan, what do you mean? Yuan Mi sneered back. Don't call me sister. I fear it might shorten my lifespan. You'll soon understand why. Turning to Qi, Tang Fanghua met his gaze with a smile. Qi, I was told you wanted to see me. How can I assist you? Qi cut straight to the point. Miss Tang, I was poisoned and fell unconscious. You claim to have saved me. Is that true? Tang Fanghua and her servant's expressions shifted dramatically. Qi, what do you mean? Tang Fanghua stammered. I'm asking if you truly saved me. Qi repeated, his tone sharp. Why would you doubt me? Tang Fanghua's voice trembled as she struggled to maintain composure. Qi's sneer deepened. You don't need to deceive me. The details of this incident can't be verified. You claimed your parents left behind a life-saving pill for you, but you've disposed of it entirely. With your parents deceased, there's only one pill remaining. I used it, and it's now depleted. You don't even know the origin of the pill. It's a foolproof scheme. Tears welled in Tang Fanghua's eyes. It's the truth. If you refuse to acknowledge this act of saving you, then I'll leave. Why subject me to this humiliation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2058. Argument, aren't you shameless? Yuan Mi exclaimed in disbelief. If Qi wanted to acknowledge this supposed life-saving grace, why wait until now? What have you gained in the past 2 years if he hasn't acknowledged it? Then why do you suspect me and subject me to humiliation? Tang Fanghua cried out. I've told you the truth. I genuinely don't know anything about that pill. All I know is that my mother entrusted it to me before she passed away, saying my father accidentally obtained it and it could cure all poisons. With my parents gone, I have no way to prove it. How can I explain this any clearer? Yuan Mi sneered. If I recall correctly, your parents were just small landowners with a bit more land than others, right? Do you honestly think it's plausible for your father to have stumbled upon a pill capable of curing all poisons by chance? You're too trusting. You willingly offered up the treasure your parents left you without even knowing Qi's true identity. Why wasn't I aware of your boundless generosity? As the saying goes, like master, like servant. You two are equally greedy. It's well known. May, her voice trembling with anger, interjected. Miss Yuan, do you have any evidence to make such accusations? I know you've never favored our miss, but this is going too far. Qin Yuan Shan gently pulled at Yuan Mi's sleeve, urging her to drop the topic. Let's move on. There are more pressing matters at hand. Yuan Mi let out a heavy snort, her disdain evident. Tang Fanghua's tears continued to stream down her cheeks as she gazed at Qi with a mixture of sorrow and anguish. Qi, why? Why would you suddenly accuse me like this? Why would I deceive you? But I have no way to prove myself. What should I do? Even if others doubt me, don't you trust me? Qi's gaze turned cold as he regarded her. I only believe in the truth. I may have misjudged before, but not anymore. Qiao Xian intervened, her tone firm. Don't attempt to sow discord here. Qi didn't heed anyone's attempts to sow discord. That's why he spoke those words. Have you forgotten about Levying? That girl is terrified. She fears for her life. Despite my leniency, she knows I could turn against her at any moment. What recourse does she have but to endure it? She divulged this secret herself to plead for her life. Miss Tang, what more is there to say? Tang Fanghua realized that Levying must have caused the problem. She deeply regretted it. 2 years. She had 2 years to manage the aftermath. Why did she have to leave such a looming threat unresolved? Not only Levying, but also May. Did she fear losing servants to attend to her without Qi's life-saving grace? Perhaps she should have allowed these 2 maidservants to meet untimely ends in the past 2 years. Her overconfidence had blinded her. She never imagined anyone would dredge up this matter again. Who could have foreseen today's calamity? Of course, Tang Fanghua wouldn't confess to it. With May aiding her defense, she shamelessly shifted the blame onto Levying. She concocted a tale, alleging that Levying had harbored desires for General Shao due to his beauty and had schemed for Tang Fanghua to offer her to him as a concubine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2059. Think about it, however. Levying's disappointment simmered beneath the surface when her mistress rejected her. Yet, she concealed her emotions, leading them to believe the issue had been resolved. Who would have thought she still harbored resentment? Given the opportunity, she struck back at Mississippi. Her belief that eliminating Miss would grant her desires was naive. Naturally, the words of an envious and delusional servant lacked credibility. Was General Shao inclined to trust the words of such a lowly servant over the young miss? It saddened the young miss deeply. Tang Fanghua choked back tears, closing her eyes in sorrow. Tears streamed down her face, a picture of vulnerability. Yet amidst her weakness, she managed to command May, cease your words. Yuan Mi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Qiao Xian shot a meaningful glance at Tang Fanghua before addressing May. Should I arrange for your interrogation by someone skilled? How long do you think you can hold out? May's heart skipped a beat, her body turning cold as if plunged into an icy abyss. Tang Fanghua was jolted by the realization. She knew it all along. She shouldn't have let her compassion cloud her judgment by keeping these two individuals. Clearly, they were troublemakers she should have dismissed long ago. Madame Shao, you're disregarding the court's protocols. Why have you taken May without cause? Do you intend to extract a confession through torture? Qi, are you willing to entertain such a notion? Qi's voice was barely above a whisper. I can discern the truth behind a coerced confession. Qiao Xian scoffed. We're in An's province, and I have the authority to detain anyone I please. What can you possibly do to stop me? I'm keen to hear your maid's testimony. Whose account holds more weight, May and Levying's, or your feeble protestations? Tang Fanghua felt faint. She murmured, this is unacceptable. You can't do this, suddenly, Qi interjected. You've been evasive and contentious, haven't you? Now, I'm offering you a chance to prove yourself. If you truly rescued me, then tell me, what medicine did you use to dress my left leg? Remember when you questioned why I believed Levying without hesitation? It's because of this. The person who saved me applied a bandage to staunch the bleeding. Was it you? If you were the one who saved me, you wouldn't have forgotten, would you? Tang Fanghua instinctively averted her gaze. At this moment, Qi could already conclude that she wasn't his rescuer at all. Shao Yunduan snapped. Miss Tang, what's with the hesitation? If you dare claim memory loss, they'll have someone torture both you and your maid. I won't tolerate such deceitful and shameless behavior. Yuan Mi interjected with sarcasm. Clearly, she's at a loss. Naturally, she can't admit it. Perhaps she's deliberating, weighing her options before taking a gamble. Who knows? She might genuinely want to feign forgetfulness. Tang Fanghua shot a venomous glare at Yuan Mi, seething with hatred. Initially, she had intended to protest. I don't remember. But Shao Yunduan's menacing threat had silenced her. His words left her feeling utterly humiliated, as if she had been stripped bare before everyone. Who gave him the authority to pass judgment in such a manner? Yet, she could only seethe silently, unable to muster the courage to speak. She could sense Shao Yunduan's animosity and icy demeanor. His threat of torture was no jest. Fear gripped her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2060, Extremely Regretful. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Tang Fenghua's voice echoed in desperation. She must have mistaken me for someone else. Independent Illinois confess. I didn't claim to be his savior voluntarily. He mentioned it himself. In that moment of desperation and frustration, I entertained the hope that someone who regarded me as their rescuer might offer aid. Later, I wanted to clarify, but the words stuck in my throat. I was confused and inadvertently went along. But even if I didn't administer the antidote, if we hadn't found Qi and brought him back, who knows what fate would have befallen him? Even if our efforts were insignificant, we should have tried. How could you do this to me? How could you? Tang Fenghua's words dissolved into tears. She buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. She realized that her relationship with Qi was irreparable. The rosy future she had envisioned lay shattered. She wouldn't offer her another chance. Even if Qi were forgiving and easily persuaded, his siblings-in-law were not benevolent. They would never accept her. Regret consumed her. Why hadn't she dismissed those two maids sooner? Why had she allowed the confrontation with Madame Shao at Yu's dessert shop that day? Alas, there was no going back. He received confirmation from her. Despite mentally preparing himself, Qi's heart still sank momentarily. The sensation was unsettling. Could there be anyone more foolish than him? He had even misidentified his rescuer. Tang Fanghua had a point. Though she wasn't the one who administered the antidote and saved Qi, she and her companions had facilitated his return. Their efforts were commendable. Therefore, he chose not to dwell on the matter. He let the past be. However, Qiao Xian retrieved 40,000 taels of silver from the 50,000 she had bestowed upon Tang Fanghua. Times were tough, and 40,000 taels could secure ample provisions, valuable in times of crisis. Why was she so quick to part with it? She had been under her care for 2 years. With 10,000 taels, he could repay her kindness. Considering her deceitful intentions, Qi could have rightfully sought retribution. Yet he decided against it. Qi and his companions had no intention of escorting her home. Therefore, Qiao Xian instructed her to gather her belongings and stay at the inn, departing An City the following day. Tang Fanghua hesitated to make any distinctions. She merely requested a private farewell with Qi before departing. Yuanmi was astounded. She silently rebuked. After deceiving her so thoroughly, you still have the audacity to bid farewell. Shao Yinduan concurred. She was taken aback by his brother's agreement. Shao Yinduan hadn't anticipated Tang Fanghua's words affecting Qi. So why did he intervene? She wasn't so callous as to be unable to address such a minor issue. If Tang Fanghua's pleas softened his heart and swayed his decision, it would be truly disappointing. Tang Fanghua clung to a glimmer of hope. She seized this final opportunity to plead her case. With tearful remorse, she confessed her wrongdoing, painting a picture of misery with her background. She beseeched Qi for forgiveness, acknowledging her lack of support and pleading to accompany them back to the northwest, vowing not to intrude or cause trouble. She pledged to maintain her distance and not inconvenience him. She had no one to rely on and was afraid. She could only feel more at ease when she stayed in a familiar place like the Northwest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2061. Qi rejects. She wept and pleaded with desperation, employing every ounce of sympathy she could muster. Tang Fanghua played the ultimate sympathy card. She implored Qi to acquiesce. For her, the opportunity to accompany him back to the Northwest signified closure on the matter of her impersonation to save his life. Perhaps it wasn't entirely unfavorable. She could embark on a fresh start. Only time would reveal whether she could gradually win him over, if she still had a chance to draw close to him. But Qi declined. Despite her tearful entreaties, Qi remained resolute, steadfastly refusing to even meet her gaze. It was out of the question for him to bring her along. What sort of person was he, then? How could he possibly entertain mercy after being so gravely deceived? Moreover, their kindness towards Anan, an innocent child, was testament to their character. He couldn't allow her to persist in pestering him. Tang Fanghua yearned to plead once more, but she refused to entertain any further discussion. He turned away, urging her to depart promptly. Tang Fanghua clenched her teeth, summoning an unexpected courage to cry out, "Do you still hold me accountable? Have I not atoned enough with my life?" As the words left her lips, she forcefully struck her head against the wall. She was stunned. Despite his years of training and sharp intellect, he hadn't anticipated this. With a swift motion, Qi pushed Tang Fanghua away with his palm, causing her to collapse with a muted cry. Clutching her chest, she struggled to sit up, her face drained of color. Qi let out a sigh of relief, his anger boiling over. "Are you out of your mind?" he scolded. Though in pain, Tang Fanghua secretly reveled in her boldness. She offered Qi a sad smile, her pallid face bearing the weight of regret. "Qi, I understand the gravity of my actions. Please, grant me another chance. It'll change, I swear it. Please, I beg of you." Tang Fanghua vowed that if given another opportunity, she would truly transform herself. She wished she could rip out her heart and present it to him as proof of her sincerity. Yet, what leverage did she possess to secure her redemption? No matter how earnest her plea, it held no sway in Qi's eyes. Qi remained unmoved, his temper flaring. "Enough," he erupted. "Leave at once. I never want to lay eyes on you again." This woman was clearly unhinged. How could he capitulate to her demands when she resorted to such extreme measures before him? Thankfully, catastrophe was averted. What if she had suffered a serious injury from her reckless behavior? It would have been a calamity indeed. His ability to judge character was evidently lacking. He couldn't even compare to fifth brother's discernment. Tang Fanghua wept in agony, futilely calling out to Qi. Ignoring her pleas, Qi summoned the servants and with a steely resolve, commanded them to escort her out immediately. Tang Fanghua cried out in despair. Tang Fanghua and Lovmei sought refuge in an inn. The following day, they were forcibly expelled from An's prefecture city by the authorities. Her actions had incurred the wrath of Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian to such an extent that they would never permit her to remain in An's city. As for Vying, Qiao Xian pledged to spare her life. Nevertheless, An's prefecture city was no longer a viable option for Tang Fanghua. Utterly bewildered, she didn't know where to turn. Desperate, she sought out a human broker and implored him to find a buyer for her. Qiao Xian sighed in frustration. While indifferent to the situation, she instructed the broker to sell Tang Fanghua outside the city, avoiding any dealings with the An's family. Selling such a troublemaker within An's prefecture city could potentially invite future complications. With that, the matter concluded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2062. Separation. Qi swiftly readjusted himself. Fortunately, he harbored no lingering feelings for Tang Fanghua, only sorrow at being deceived. Qi and his companions lingered in An's province for 5 days before planning to retreat to their village for another 5 to 6 days. From there, they would journey back to Guiwu City and refrain from further visits. After spending 2 days with Qi, Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian departed for Liuhe Manor. The flourishing prospects and opulence of Liuhe Manor left Yuan Mi and Qin Yuanshan envious and effusive in their praise. The thriving development surrounding the manor was a harbinger of abundant harvests, evoking a sense of joy and contentment. Before parting ways, Qin Yuanshan and Shao Yunduan conferred several times, ensuring all necessary communications were addressed. On the day of their departure, Qi's eyes welled with tears. He held Anan in his arms for a moment before reluctantly relinquishing him to Qiao Xian. Qi tenderly stroked Anan's little head, eliciting a sweet smile from the child, who had grown accustomed to Uncle Qi's presence and enjoyed their playful interactions. Unaware of the concept of parting, Anan assumed Qi was simply teasing him as usual. After exchanging farewells, they parted ways, each attending to their own affairs. Qi and his companions gradually departed. By noon, Anan's thoughts still lingered on Uncle Qi. He repeatedly inquired about him, unaware that Qi wouldn't return for a while. Upon hearing this, Anan burst into tears, yearning for his beloved companion. Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian, already burdened with disappointment, felt even more disheartened by Anan's distress. After consoling the young boy, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, though the interruption had dampened their spirits. Qi, concerned for Shao Yunduan and the others' safety, not only visited to bid them farewell, but also handpicked 50 elite soldiers, led by Qianjun, to remain in An City. Their task, to protect Shao Yunduan, Qiao Xian, and Anan. In the event of any economic turmoil, having resources in An City could prove beneficial. Simultaneously, Qi arranged for individuals to return to Shouting Village to attend to Ms. Fong and the others. Although Shouting Village was situated in a secluded area and generally safe under normal circumstances, nothing could be guaranteed. Qi found solace in leaving a few individuals behind, just in case. Qi and Shao Yunwan understood well that as long as the brothers were thriving outside, the family would remain secure and no one would dare harm them. In addition to deploying 50 elite soldiers to safeguard Shao Yunduan, Qi also briefed him on the food supplies. The power struggle among the three princes showed no signs of abating anytime soon. News of it had already reached the borders. The Beihu and several other small tribes had begun to stir once again. There were already signs of minor probing. While the city on the northwest border appeared normal and bustling on the surface, defenses had been bolstered and scrutiny had intensified. The training regimen across various military camps intensified threefold in preparation for the looming threat from Beihu. Rumors circulated that Beihu was enticing Qingdi to join forces with him to cause unrest. The Northwest Army couldn't afford to disregard this potential threat. Despite Qingdi's relatively recent amicable relations with Great Qin, the significance of a mere marriage paled in comparison to national interests. Furthermore, Princess Xuan's union was not with the king, but a prince, diminishing the impact of the marriage even further. While the Northwest Army had stockpiled ample food supplies, increased expenditure on armaments necessitated reallocating funds, resulting in a natural depletion of food reserves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2063. Food. If any issues arose, it would likely revolve around the rations. General Feng and his comrades instructed Qi to inform Shao Yunduan that should the Northwest face a shortage of food supplies, he could seek Shao Yunduan's assistance. Meanwhile, amidst the power struggle among the three princes, the idea of allocating funds for rations for the Northwest Army seemed far-fetched to General Feng and his associates. They couldn't entertain such a notion. Thus, the Northwest Army had to devise its own solution. Upon conveying this to Shao Yunduan, he nodded in agreement to extend whatever help he could provide. Qi, being part of the Northwest Army, was relieved by Shao Yunduan's willingness to support. Moreover, Shao Yunduan was keen to prevent Beihu, Qingdi, and their cohorts from wreaking havoc within the Great Qin Empire. Inquiring about the well-being of Qi, Meng Wanfu, and Ding Xiang, Shao Yunduan expressed concern. Qi reassured him that both Meng Wanfu and Ding Xiang were faring well. With the Northwest Army now linked to the front line, Meng Wanfu operated among them, allowing for occasional meetings. Shao Yunduan concurred. Sharing the same hometown, mutual care was highly desirable. He needed to confer with Qiao Xian regarding the food situation. His assent to Qi's plea stemmed from his confidence in Qiao Xian's concurrence. Though he couldn't directly handle it, his wife's capabilities were remarkable. Qiao Xian remained unruffled. She proposed, with a casual demeanor, "Let's construct additional granaries and increase our grain reserves. We can coordinate with Zhao Shu and elder brother Yuezhong to procure more grains." The tumultuous struggle for the third prince's throne had minimal impact on the commoners' lives. While the cost of food had risen, it remained manageable. Currently, the state treasury boasted substantial reserves, and both Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan possessed ample personal wealth sufficient for stockpiling food. Qiao Xian harbored no concerns, as she had amassed a considerable amount of food within her space. Hence, the priority was expanding the granaries. Subsequently, she would oversee the procurement of food personally, leveraging her spatial storage to efficiently manage supplies. Given the internal turmoil this year, she also prioritized food security. Fearing potential shortages and resulting unrest, she incorporated all the food seeds provided by the authorities into her abilities. This ensured yet another abundant harvest. Regularly, during her walks, she would utilize her special powers to enhance the fertility of everyone's fields. From potatoes to corn, from fruits to vegetables, even medicinal herbs, she applied her abilities across the largest possible area. In essence, she maximized their potential. At the very least, it maintained stability in Anan's province. Upon hearing Qiao Xian's remarks, Shao Yunwan nodded, smiling. "Then let's make necessary preparations, just in case." He'll instruct Deputy Prefect Jia to scout a suitable location for the granary, and will dispatch letters to Brother Yuezheng and Zhao Shu, requesting their presence. While Yuezheng Shao was nearby, Zhao Shu and Taotao resided in Hangzhou. It would take at least 20 days for messengers to reach them and bring them here. During this interim, preparations could be made on all fronts. Surprisingly, 5 days later, when Shao Yunduan's messenger arrived, Zhao Shu and Taotao were already en route to An's province. Their timing was impeccably aligned, though it meant they missed each other on the way. Nonetheless, this circumstance had its advantages, saving them additional trouble upon their arrival in the province. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2064. Finally revenge. When Zhao Shu caught sight of Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian, his demeanor resembled that of reuniting with his own kin. His eyes gleamed with affection, leaving Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian pleasantly baffled by his exuberance. They couldn't fathom why this somewhat eccentric young master radiated such joy. Taotao found herself torn between laughter and tears, swiftly offering an explanation with a smile. For Zhao Shu, this encounter evoked excitement and heartfelt emotions. He finally felt vindicated for his mother's sake. He attributed this stroke of fortune to the benevolence of the Shao family, believing their influence facilitated everything going smoothly. Thus, upon seeing Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, he felt akin to reuniting with his own family. Despite Jiangnan being embroiled in the prince's internal conflict, it remained affluent and tranquil. After deliberation with Uncle Qing and their associates, they devised contingency plans and safeguards against unforeseen circumstances. Precious assets had already been identified and clandestinely buried in a secluded cellar. Should any adversity arise, they could promptly flee and seek refuge with Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan. Curiously, both parties harbored the same inclination. It seemed only natural to turn to fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law in times of distress. Finding solace with fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law felt like the safest option. Given the current circumstances, venturing to the capital was out of the question for Zhao Shu. With no pressing matters at hand, he found himself with ample free time. Thus, he decided to accompany Taotao on explorations around Jiangnan. The bustling towns no longer held their appeal. Instead, they found themselves drawn to the quaint villages scattered throughout the region. Taotao, in particular, developed a keen interest in these locales, often expressing a desire to purchase them when she came across promising sites. As a result, Zhao Shu and Taotao traversed Jiangnan, acquiring several plots of land along the way. During their ventures into various villages and towns, Zhao Shu stumbled upon a coachman who had vanished without a trace following his mother's accident in a rural area near Jinling. Unwilling to let this opportunity slip, Zhao Shu promptly apprehended the coachman. Through a series of intimidation and interrogation, the coachman eventually divulged everything. Indeed, it was Ms. Qin who orchestrated the scheme. As for Zhao Mu's involvement, Zhao Shu suspected his complicity. Even if Zhao Mu wasn't directly implicated, he likely turned a blind eye or even facilitated Ms. Qin's machinations in secret. After all, Ms. Qin was merely a concubine, while his mother possessed astute intellect. It seemed implausible that Ms. Qin could orchestrate such a scheme without assistance. With Zhao Mu's complicity, the situation took a stark turn. Fueled by grief and righteous indignation, Zhao Shu confronted the coachman, venting his frustrations through physical force before dragging him back to Ms. Qin and Zhao Mu. Even in the face of damning evidence, Ms. Qin remained steadfast in her denial, dismissing the coachman's claims as baseless accusations concocted to tarnish her reputation. She insinuated that Zhao Shu harbored personal animosity towards her and orchestrated this charade to discredit her. Unyielding in his resolve, Zhao Shu threatened Zhao Mu, vowing to escalate the matter to the authorities and present the coachman's testimony as evidence. With credible witnesses, a thorough investigation might uncover the truth of the past, leaving Ms. Qin with nowhere to hide. Panicked by the prospect of Zhao Shu involving the government, Zhao Mu scrambled to prevent such a course of action. Even Ms. Qin found herself bewildered by the unfolding events. Despite her staunch defiance, the prospect of facing official scrutiny left her visibly unnerved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2065. Dealing with Ms. Qin. While she had attended to everyone else, loyal Annie Ling remained under her care. The thought of Zhao Shu involving the authorities filled her with dread, knowing that Annie Ling would likely face interrogation. Ms. Qin couldn't assure herself that Annie Ling would endure such scrutiny unscathed. Even she doubted her own resilience under such circumstances. Should Zhao Shu proceed with his plans, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in retribution. Ms. Qin felt defenseless against Zhao Shu's onslaught. Financially, Zhao Shu could easily overpower her, and even Zhao Mu would be at his mercy. With Zhao Shu's demise, any familial ties ceased to hold sway over Zhao Mu. Though he might show leniency toward Zhao Mu due to their blood relation, Ms. Qin realized she had no such reprieve awaiting her. Filled with remorse, Ms. Qin lamented her previous leniency. If she had foreseen this predicament, she would have eliminated the coachman without hesitation, sparing herself this ordeal. In truth, Ms. Qin had entertained thoughts of eliminating the coachman. However, he proved elusive, vanishing without a trace immediately after accepting her bribe. By the time Ms. Qin resolved to act, he had vanished beyond her reach. At the time, Ms. Qin underestimated Zhao Shu's resilience, presuming that even if she couldn't locate the coachman, Zhao Shu would likely face similar difficulties. Additionally, considering Zhao Shu's youth back then, she doubted his ability to challenge her authority in the future. With Zhao Mu's influence suppressing him, her own biological sons seemed poised to keep Zhao Shu in check. In Ms. Qin's eyes, without the support of Ms. Zheng, Zhao Shu appeared vulnerable, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. She failed to take him seriously, even contemplating ways to degrade and belittle him. Ideas of subjecting him to an unbearable marriage or dragging him through the mud crossed her mind, envisioning a future where he could never recover. However, Ms. Qin's plans went awry after Zhao Shu's unexpected display of filial devotion, derailing her schemes and spiraling events beyond her control. Eventually, even Zhao Mu found himself unable to rein him in, leading to Zhao Shu wresting control of almost all of the Zhao family's assets. In the ensuing years, Zhao Shu retreated to a modest existence as a rural landlord alongside Zhao Mu in a small town. The opulence and extravagance of their former lifestyle became a distant memory. Gone were the days of luxuriant brocades and gleaming jewelry. Ms. Qin now found herself constrained by financial limitations. Moreover, she endured Zhao Mu's incessant complaints and occasional outbursts, bearing the brunt of his frustrations. Blame for their diminished circumstances fell squarely on Ms. Qin's shoulders, prompting Zhao Mu's occasional physical aggression during fits of rage. Initially, Ms. Qin believed her situation couldn't get any worse, but now she found herself consumed by genuine panic and despair. Before she could formulate a plan, Zhao Mu callously shifted all blame onto her, siding with the coachman's accusations. He condemned Ms. Qin as morally corrupt and announced his intention to leave her fate in Zhao Shu's hands. Despite Zhao Di and Zhao Ye's feeble attempts to shield her, their efforts proved futile against Zhao Shu's authority. Even Zhao Mu, their own father, stood powerless against Zhao Shu's resolve. Furthermore, Zhao Di vividly recalled the humiliation he suffered at Zhao Shu's hands during Yu Zhang and Zhao Shu's marriage, intensifying his fear of Zhao Shu's retribution. With no means of escape, Ms. Qin unleashed a torrent of curses directed at Zhao Shu, Ms. Zheng, and even Taotao, Shao Yunduan, and Xiao Xian. In a fit of rage, Zhao Shu lashed out, striking her with a blow that nearly split her lip. Determined to ensure she faced consequences for her actions, Zhao Shu orchestrated her sale to himself, bringing her to the Zhao clan compound. There, he confined her within the clan's temple, where she was compelled to repent before the Buddha each day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2066. Is he that capable? He demanded Ms. Qin's daily penance and prostration before the Buddha, withholding food as leverage to enforce compliance. In this new reality, leaving her temple was out of the question. She was bound to her penitent duties for as long as she lived, lest she face starvation. For someone like Ms. Qin, the thought of death was unthinkable, ensuring her obedience. As for Zhao Mu, Zhao Shu found himself at an impasse. While he could bring Ms. Qin to the clan compound, or even a court, Zhao Mu remained beyond his reach. Despite Zhao Shu's legal adoption, Zhao Mu still retained his biological ties. Moreover, Zhao Mu's indirect involvement in the affair left Zhao Shu reluctant to let him off easily. Driven by his wrath, Zhao Shu's actions had already decimated the family's modest assets, leaving Zhao Mu's ventures severely depleted. With just 200 mu of fertile land remaining, opening a shop was no longer feasible. Zhao Shu extended his surveillance to Zhao Di and Zhao Yi, ensuring they faced a lifetime of stagnation and missed opportunities. He even relished the idea of their downfall into decadence, should they choose such a path. When Zhao Mu's anger rendered him incapacitated, Zhao Shu and Taotao sought refuge with Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian. Despite the consequences, Zhao Di failed to learn his lesson. Convinced he held leverage over Zhao Shu, he resorted to bribing individuals to spread malicious rumors and slander about him, accusing Zhao Shu of unfilial conduct and causing their biological father's demise. Without requiring proof, Zhao Shu swiftly enacted punishment, ordering his servants to administer a severe beating that left Zhao Di crippled and incapacitated. Seething with rage, Zhao Di sequestered himself at home, venting his frustrations through wild curses, yet refraining from further scheming against Zhao Shu. As for Zhao Yi, harboring resentment and possessing a cunning nature, he remained a constant source of concern for Zhao Shu. In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and plots amounted to mere paper tigers. Given his current stature, Zhao Yi couldn't even hold a candle to Zhao Shu, let alone concoct schemes against him. Even if Zhao Shu fell for Zhao Yi's trickery, Shao Yunduan remained a formidable force to contend with. Unless Zhao Yi could eliminate Shao Yunduan, Qiao Xian, and even Shi, he would find himself on the losing end. But did he possess such capability? Clearly, it was out of the realm of possibility. Grateful and admiring, Zhao Shu expressed his appreciation to Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, acknowledging their pivotal role in his current circumstances. If not for you, fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law, I wouldn't be where I am today. Marrying Taotao enabled me to traverse many places and apprehend that vile slave. I owe you both a debt of gratitude that I will never forget. Sincerely spoken, Zhao Shu's words resonated with his genuine sentiments. Had it not been for Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, Zhao Shu would have remained under the thumb of Zhao Mu and Ms. Qin, constrained by their manipulations. He wouldn't have been able to rely on his biological father for the rest of his days, nor would he have had such a straightforward path to exacting revenge. This wasn't the first time Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had heard such expressions of gratitude from him. It was simply his nature, often showering them with lavish gifts as tokens of appreciation. Qiao Xian couldn't even begin to count the number of expensive jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings she had received from him. Reflecting on this, the two couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. If this pattern persisted, it would become increasingly difficult to accept such extravagant gestures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2067. Fu Qiao Xian's smile was warm as she replied, "Indeed, we're family. As long as you continue to treat Taotao well, that's all that matters to us." Shao Yunduan nodded in agreement. "Absolutely." Zhao Shu's response was immediate and earnest. "He'll always cherish Taotao and never let her down. If I ever do, you both have every right to hold me accountable." Qiao Xian couldn't help but chuckle at his earnestness. Taotao, feeling a bit embarrassed by the attention, whispered, "Please, don't say things like that." If only he could rein in his tendency to speak so freely. With Zhao Shu and Taotao present, Shao Yunwan promptly dispatched men to summon Yuezhing Shao from Yuzhong province to discuss matters regarding food supplies. Yuezhing Shao's arrival was swift, and the three parties engaged in discussions. Zhao Shu readily agreed to any decisions made by Shao Yunwan and Xiao Xian, demonstrating his trust and support without hesitation. After some contemplation, Yuezhing Shao recognized the potential of expanding his business further, especially given the established connection to the northwest through Qiao Xian and Shao Yunwan. In fact, leveraging these ties, the Yuezhing family had already established a significant presence in the northwest, thanks to Ding Xiang and his wife. The Northwest business line had become a cornerstone of the Yuezhing family's operations. With the Northwest army in need, it was imperative for the Yuezhing family to take action. Even if the Northwest army couldn't afford immediate payment, the long-term benefits of facilitating their needs far outweighed any monetary gains. This was an opportunity that transcended mere silver. Thus, it was agreed that upon their return home, Yuezhing Shao and Zhao Shu would discreetly begin purchasing grains. Keeping a low profile was paramount, and secrecy was preferred to avoid unnecessary attention. After the acquisition of food, it would be transported to An's province in the name of other goods. With business ties established in An City, Zhao Shu and Yuezhing Shao could conduct their transactions without drawing undue attention. The quantity and frequency of their shipments might raise some eyebrows among astute merchants, but few would dare to openly question them, given the current Lord Prefect's formidable reputation. During his 3-day stay, Yuezhing Shao departed with his cargo, leaving Zhao Shu and Taotao reluctant to leave. The news of Qi's recent departure only added to Taotao's frustration, wishing they had arrived sooner. Regrettably, time was not on their side. Even if they hurried back to Shouting Village, they might not arrive in time to intercept Qi. Unable to catch up with Qi in time, Zhao Shu decided to extend his stay with fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law for a while longer. Instead of personally overseeing the procurement of food, Zhao Shu delegated the task to his subordinates. With a capable team at his disposal, there was no need for him to undertake such errands himself. To console Taotao, Zhao Shu assured her that seeing Brother Qi wasn't an easy feat, but they could always plan a trip to the northwest together in the near future. He admitted to being intrigued by the region's unique scenery, especially its vastness and desolation, which contrasted with the landscapes of the Central Plains and Jiangnan. Taotao couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. Observing their interaction, Qiao Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Taotao was fortunate to have Zhao Shu, who was both considerate in trivial matters and decisive in significant ones, with no familial constraints holding them back. They were free to explore wherever they pleased, something Qiao Xian couldn't help but envy because she could not. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2068. Qi returns to the village. Jia Hemming had already selected 3 sites in the transitional zone of An's province. Upon informing Shao Yunwan, construction of the granaries commenced simultaneously, 1 large and 2 small. Following discussions with Qiao Xian, Shao Yunwan initiated incentives for exploration. Whether cultivating herbs, fruit orchards, cash crops, or potatoes, taxes were waived for the initial 5 years, while the cost of purchasing uncultivated land was halved. Given An's province's initially sparse population and abundant mountainous terrain, the announcement sparked immediate excitement. Amidst contemplation, unanimity prevailed. The incessant battles among the 3 princes seemed boundless. Who could predict their duration? Who knew if they'd plunge the world into chaos? In times of turmoil, expanding domestic territory and resources seemed prudent. Meanwhile, at Shouting Village, Qi had finally returned after years of absence. The Shao family's first branch, along with the village and clan, brimmed with joy. Ms. Fong and eldest uncle couldn't resist the urge to hold Qi's hands, their affection palpable. Ding Jinshan, hailing from the same village, had also enlisted alongside Qi. However, this time, he didn't return. The Ding family dispatched a representative to inquire about him. Qi clarified they weren't stationed together, but assured of Ding Jinshan's well-being. Despite his return, Ding Jinshan couldn't come back, yet he entrusted some items for his family. A few leather pieces and 200 taels of silver. The Ding family members felt deeply disheartened. They lamented Qi's actions. If Qi could return, why couldn't Ding Jinshan? After all, they hailed from the same locale. Couldn't Qi intervene on his behalf? Perhaps his influence could sway their superiors to allow Ding Jinshan's return? Even Ding Jinshan's grandparents aired their grievances more vehemently. They felt Ding Jinshan had asked Qi to bring back too little. They subtly insinuated to Qi, questioning if he harbored greed for Ding Jinshan's belongings and silver. Their suspicions heightened, especially when Qi remained reticent about the quantity of items he brought back. In the end, they confronted him directly. Yuan Mi, visibly incensed, reprimanded Qi sternly. Qi, now a fourth-grade general, had amassed numerous accolades and rewards through his contributions. Why would he need to pilfer Ding Jinshan's possessions? It was preposterous. Had Qi not intervened, Yuan Mi would have disclosed that the few pieces of leather and 200 taels of silver weren't gifts from Ding Jinshan, but from Qi himself. Considering Ding Jinshan's modest prospects, it was a stretch to envision any financial security for him. Qi, mindful of their shared village origin, opted to alleviate his own family's hardships after years of absence. It was, in essence, a gesture of solace. Unexpectedly, not only did they not think well of them, they even let one's imagination run wild and made malicious guesses on the way. Upon hearing this revelation, Ding Jinshan's family was further astounded. They immediately turned to Ding Jinshan, their eyes bright with anticipation. Qin Yuanshan scoffed disdainfully. Do you truly believe attaining the rank of general is a simple feat? Qi possesses exceptional martial prowess and unparalleled archery skills. Through numerous acts of valor, he garnered recognition from General Feng, thus ascending to the rank of fourth-grade general. As for the Ding Jinshan you speak of, he's not even stationed in the same military camp as Qi. He lacks any remarkable abilities. He's merely a common soldier. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2069, Grudge, you best mind your manners. Showing disrespect to a general won't be tolerated. Whether you're from the same hometown or not is irrelevant. Should you overstep again, I won't hesitate to report you to your county magistrate for arrest. The Ding family, shocked by the stern warning, tempered their emotions. However, Ding Jinshan's grandfather remained somewhat discontented. Turning to Qi, he voiced his sentiments. I acknowledge your capabilities, Qi, but we share a hometown. Can't you extend a helping hand? Even if just a minor position, given your rank as a general. We're from the same village. Why this detachment? Anger and resentment brewed among Ding Jinshan's relatives. Absolutely. Aren't fellow villagers supposed to support each other? Yet here you are, neglecting your own. You promised to look after our mountain-dwelling kin. You've attained the rank of general. Bringing him back should be a mere formality. In the end, wealth has clouded your sense of community. Qi's expression hardened as he retorted, military protocol is stringent. Ding Jinshan falls beyond my authority, being a mere soldier. His return to hometown isn't feasible. I've elucidated this out of consideration for our shared village. Further discussion is unnecessary. Rest assured, in due time, Ding Jinshan will return unscathed. Qin Yuanshan's threats and rebukes instilled fear in the Ding family, despite their lingering doubts. While they may not have hesitated to challenge Qi, whom they had watched grow up, Qin Yuanshan's stern demeanor was a different story altogether. Ding Jinshan's mother persisted, seeking reassurance about her son's future upon his return in a few years. She couldn't shake the notion that if Qi could ascend to officialdom, so could her son. Anything less would seem unjust, wouldn't it? Qi found himself at a loss for words, while Yuan Mi derided. Ask him about his capabilities, his contributions. Don't simplify matters within the military camp. Who told you that officialdom is a given? Growing impatient, Yuan Mi resorted to intimidation. Only then did the Ding family depart in a huff, refraining from further protest. Ms. Fong, seething with anger, embraced Qi, offering solace. Pay them no mind. They speak from ignorance. The more clueless they are, the louder they bluster. You've finally returned. Don't let them rattle you. Ms. Fong was so happy to see her son home that she did not bother to argue with them. Otherwise, she would not have let them go so easily. The Ding family was also ridiculous. What were they talking about? Qi and Ding Jinshan applied at the same time. Qi was even younger than him. Why did he need Qi to take care of him? Qi bore no such obligation. His success depended solely on his own merit. Qi had never harbored any expectation for Ding Jinshan to tend to him. Qin Yuanshan and Yuan Mi mused to themselves. No wonder upon learning of Qi's tutelage under old General Zhao. Old General Feng and his cohorts promptly scrutinized Ding Jinshan. Upon uncovering his character, they swiftly reassigned him to a distant military camp, ensuring Qi remained untainted by association. Engaging with such an individual would only spell trouble for Qi. Qi spent several days at home, much to the delight of the Shao family elders, the land officer, and others. They even inaugurated a new ancestral hall, inviting Qi to pay homage to their forebears. Meanwhile, Ding Jinshan and his kin faced severe reprimand from the patriarch. The situation was truly outrageous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2070. Once stimulated, it comes again in the past. Ding Jinshan's demeanor at home contrasted sharply with Qi's. While Qi demonstrated diligence and determination, Ding Jinshan often appeared lackadaisical and unmotivated. Such a stark contrast led some to speculate that Ding Jinshan might not have acquired the money and skins Qi had bestowed upon the Ding family. In contrast, the Shao family flourished. With a primus, an advanced scholar, and a general among their ranks, alongside 3 or 4 promising students in the local school, their prestige soared. With Shao Yunduan and other officials in the court, coupled with the village's support, aspiring scholars need not fret over travel expenses for imperial examinations. The village stood ready to aid them, free from the constraints of nepotism or bullying. As long as they proved capable, Shao Yunduan and his allies were prepared to lend a hand. The influence of the Shao clan extended wide, benefiting all its members. However, jealousy still simmered within the second and third branches of the Shao family. Shao Xianwen of the second family section seemed to constantly draw the short straw. Whenever Ms. Niu felt agitated, she'd fly into a frenzy, coercing Shao Xianwen into studying. It was a chaotic cycle, leaving both exhausted and disheveled. However, Ms. Niu lacked resolve, her efforts to prod Shao Xianwen into action only fleeting. Once fatigued by her own persistence, she'd relent. Yet, inevitably, when provoked again, the cycle would repeat. Meanwhile, Ms. Ma and third uncle sought solace in boasting about Shao Lulang's status as an official in the capital, emphasizing the superiority of urban prospects over rural ones. Their regret was palpable. Why were they blessed with only one son? Had they had 2 more, success would surely be theirs. Ms. Ma couldn't help but ponder if any noble women in the capital had taken an interest in Lulang. If so, they ought to expedite his marriage and produce more offspring. They couldn't allow themselves to fall short in comparison to the first family section's grandchildren. After a satisfying few days at home, Qi departed, content with his visit. It had been years since he last returned. Finally, he was back. In the future, if he appealed to General Feng and others, perhaps he could return within a year or 2. Contemplating possibilities, Qi entertained the idea of relocating his family to the northwest. If his parents could settle in An's province, why not the northwest? It had been far too long since their family gathered in its entirety. However, by the end of June, disaster struck. A sudden flood plunged the already turbulent Great Qin into chaos. Relentless rains caused the Yellow River to surge, breaching several dams along its course, submerging countless towns and villages. In an instant, homes were swept away, families torn asunder. Local officials swiftly notified the capital, urging the imperial court to dispatch aid in the form of funds, food, medicine, and clothing to aid the affected populace. The fourth prince, embroiled in conflict with the third prince outside Jinan City, seethed with fury. He flung the memorials from the disaster-stricken regions onto the imperial table, spewing curses. These wretches denied my rightful status as the true Dragon Emperor, yet now they come crawling for aid as if I were their sovereign? Shameless. Utterly shameless. Within the court, ministers engaged in heated debate over disaster relief efforts. Some vehemently advocated for relief, arguing that the emperor's handling of the crisis would rally public support. With the people behind him, the emperor would emerge unassailable, leaving the second and third princes no room to contest his authority. After all, the emperor was the true Dragon Emperor, chosen by the will of the people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2071. You can't do it. Opponents held a different perspective. In their eyes, the two usurpers who had already seized the throne wouldn't relinquish power just because the emperor garnered public support. Were they really expected to surrender the authority they had claimed? Impossible, unless they were intimidated by the emperor. If the emperor dispatched disaster relief, they might see it as a ploy, perhaps even orchestrating it themselves. Disaster relief wasn't a trivial matter. It required substantial funds and resources. With the treasury depleted, where would the emperor procure the necessary aid? Once the treasury was emptied, the two usurpers might exploit the opportunity to mobilize troops. What recourse did the emperor have? Thus, he couldn't authorize disaster relief. Of course, outright refusal wasn't an option either. In that case, the emperor might opt to prolong the deliberation until the bitter end. Furthermore, the emperor issued a decree to the two insurgents, commanding them to organize disaster relief efforts, and to the magistrates in Jiangnan, instructing them to allocate funds and provisions for the relief efforts. Whether they complied or not was their concern. In essence, the emperor needed to assert his stance. Moreover, no one could fault such a stance. If the two usurpers defied the decree, they would appear callous and risk alienating the people. Ultimately, the fourth prince acquiesced to this suggestion, affirming his commitment to providing disaster relief. Efforts were already underway to amass funds, food, and supplies for transport to the disaster-stricken regions. Simultaneously, the second and third princes, along with the prefects of Hangzhou, Yangzhou, Suzhou, and Jiangning, received orders to promptly unlock their warehouses and assemble provisions, food, medicine, clothing, and more, for dispatch to the disaster areas. The second and third princes erupted into laughter upon receiving the so-called imperial edict. They couldn't possibly comply. They even resorted to physical violence against the eunuch bearer of the decree, promptly ejecting him. Publicly, they ceremoniously incinerated the supposed edict. Simultaneously, they reassured the populace of their unwavering commitment to disaster relief. After all, as the ruling sovereigns, how could they disregard the plight of their own subjects? They asserted that supplies were already in readiness and would unquestionably be dispatched. As for the impostor emperor in the capital, he was merely a regicide, having slain the rightful monarch. Who did he think he was, issuing orders? They dared him to prove his purported preparations by delivering aid, rather than spewing empty rhetoric. To underscore their sincerity in aiding the afflicted, the second prince promptly mobilized a substantial shipment of supplies. 30 laden carriages paraded through the streets, bound for the disaster-stricken regions. What did it matter how many supplies filled those carriages bound for the disaster area? Who would dare inquire? Who would risk divulging what they knew? Observing the second prince's gesture, the third prince swiftly followed suit, dispatching a consignment of relief supplies to the stricken region. Both princes scorned and derided the fourth prince in unison. Meanwhile, upon receiving the imperial decree, the prefectural magistrate of Hangzhou grumbled incessantly. He made no effort to prepare supplies, citing insurmountable obstacles. Truly, he claimed, he was powerless to assist. Yet, daring to accept the decree proved perilous. First, the third prince, then the second, clandestinely dispatched envoys to intimidate him. Anyone brazen enough to heed the decree would learn a harsh lesson. Jiangnan lay a considerable distance from the capital. While the fourth prince issued decrees with apparent candor, should a crisis unfold, his ability to intervene would be limited. The state of Great Qin teetered precariously balanced amidst an enigmatic landscape of power dynamics. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2072. Chaos in the world and territories beyond the dominion of the three princes. Officials continued their duties obediently, avoiding any hasty actions. So long as they refrained from impulsive moves, they reasoned they'd remain unscathed. Publicly aligning oneself with a particular faction meant relying on one's master for protection. Should their patrons fail to safeguard them, they'd face dire consequences. In such a precarious climate, it was prudent to abstain from taking sides. Self-preservation took precedence. Surrendering allegiance could always be considered once the dust settled among the three princes. After all, the masses were typically spared legal retribution. When the time came, the victor would likely be preoccupied with consolidating power rather than settling old scores. In the intermediate palace, the fourth prince vented his frustration with countless curses and damaged decorations, ultimately relenting to dispatch some supplies to the disaster area. In Jiangnan, stagnation prevailed. Communities focused solely on self-preservation, while elsewhere, there seemed little anyone could do. The theatrics of the three princes appeared just that, an act. Their proclaimed resources for disaster relief appeared meager on the surface and woefully inadequate in reality. This calamity proved severe, its impact continually expanding. Nearly 20 towns across the intermediate and lower reaches of the Yellow River lay in ruins. Desperation and mourning gripped the disaster-stricken populace. Angry and desperate, commoners turned against the government and plundered the wealthy. Banditry surged, and waves of refugees flooded the region. Groups of varying sizes fled in all directions, dragging loved ones and abandoning villages in despair. The Central Plains descended into chaos. Shortly thereafter, intermediate generals in Shu expelled local officials, hoisted their own banners, and rebelled, offering refuge to the displaced masses. The world erupted in chaos. In response, the three princes issued decrees condemning the rebels. But no one mobilized troops for intervention. No one wished to deplete their resources. Observing this, turmoil deepened. The royal family's authority teetered on the brink of collapse. Nanhua also raised the standard of rebellion. Within a year, more and more ambitious individuals joined the fray, coalescing into numerous factions. Simultaneously, banditry surged. Hooligans and ruffians grew increasingly bold, perpetrating robberies and thefts with alarming frequency in both large and small towns. Amidst the chaos, countless opportunists seized the moment to settle old scores, exact revenge on past adversaries, or eliminate competitors, adding to the tumult. The world spiraled deeper into disarray. In response, the three princes grew increasingly restless. The second prince took the initiative, dispatching troops to conquer neighboring towns, aiming to expand his territory and consolidate power. Not to be outdone, the third and fourth princes swiftly followed suit. In a bid to undermine each other, they launched sudden attacks, engaging in fierce battles with fluctuating outcomes. Witnessing the power struggle among the princes, other influential factions with their own ambitions weren't to be left behind. They too mobilized, targeting the emerging smaller factions. Their strength swelled, and they grew bolder, unafraid to confront even the princes themselves. As the world plunged further into chaos, even the princes found themselves powerless against the rising tide, inevitably, and its prefecture city, nestled in a remote corner, could no longer remain untouched. Initially, a trickle of refugees began pouring in. Hundreds, even thousands, arrived in ragged attire, bearing the weight of extreme poverty. Unable to turn a blind eye, Shao Yunduan took action. He initiated the construction of shelters outside the city to provide refuge for the influx of displaced souls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2073. Discussing settlement of the refugees. However, as the number of people swelled to 600 to 700, with uncertainty looming over the possibility of even more arrivals, passivity was no longer an option. Shao Yunwan convened Jia Heming, Zheng Sang, along with a handful of scribes, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and Qiao Xian. His wife, well-versed in such affairs, played a crucial role. In the past, such actions might have been deemed inappropriate. Yet, in the midst of this chaotic era, what defined appropriateness? It boiled down to the willingness of all involved. During the deliberations, the appearance of Madame Shao surprised no one. Shao Yunduan recounted the situation, prompting nods from everyone as discussions ensued. Indeed, my lord. Establishing a protocol is imperative, one voiced. Absolutely. In our current reality, despite its prefecture city's remoteness, the influx of refugees is staggering. Without proper settlement, the ramifications could be dire. Fortunately, we have you, my lord. Your leadership brings reassurance to all. Indeed. Let's heed Lord's guidance. Absolutely. Shao Yunduan, with a genial smile, interjected, I invite you all to contribute your ideas collectively. Share your thoughts and suggestions on how best to settle the refugees without disrupting the harmony of An's province. Your input is invaluable, so please speak freely. Having collaborated with Lord Shao for numerous years, everyone understood his approach. Lord Shao was always receptive to input. By convening this discussion, he signaled his openness to ideas. The more innovative the contributions, the more esteemed they would be in Lord Shao's eyes. Take Jia Heming, for instance. Initially reserved, he now confidently showcased his intellect in Lord Shao's presence, earning Lord Shao's admiration. Observing him now, standing resolute before the deputy prefect, Jia Heming exuded a sense of accomplishment. Following deliberation, they resolved to settle the refugees and engage them in labor in exchange for support for their families. While this served as a broad framework, the intricacies demanded thorough comprehension. Clear understanding was paramount to preempting oversights and averting potential complications in implementation. Jia Heming, adept in such matters, assumed leadership, supported by Song Shi and Lu Fu, under Qiao Xian's employ, who offered their experienced assistance. Crucially, the government warehouse boasted ample reserves of both funds and provisions. Furthermore, they could rely on the unwavering support of Madame Shao. Despite these assurances, Jia Heming proceeded cautiously, mindful of the uncertain influx of future refugees. Over the past few days, the numbers had seen a modest increase. Jia Heming delegated a clerk to meticulously register each refugee, cataloging their origins and familial ties. Not a single individual, including the elderly and children, would be overlooked. Subsequently, parcels of land, suitable for temporary settlement and short-term labor, would be allocated to groups of approximately 1,000 individuals. He aimed to identify 3 to 5 suitable locations for such settlements. Taking charge, Qiao Xian embarked on the task alongside Ai, Mian, and Song Shi. Though Shao Yunduan harbored reservations, Qiao Xian remained resolute. Accustomed to acquiescing to her wishes, Shao Yunduan acquiesced once more, albeit with a resigned sigh and some gentle reprimand. Eventually, he entrusted Ai with her care before reluctantly letting her depart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2074. Interim Plan. Xiao was brimming with excitement. She harbored immense joy at the prospect ahead, though she made a conscious effort to conceal it from Shao Yinduan. Exploring the mountains, rivers, and forests of An's province had been a long-standing desire of hers. Finally, an opportunity had presented itself. Considering the logistical challenges of accommodating thousands of people, the settlement's location couldn't stray too far from town. Practicality demanded accessibility for efficient management and the convenience of its inhabitants. Selecting a site necessitated a balance. Proximity to town for ease of access, yet distant enough to ensure manageable logistics and resource availability, particularly water. The chosen location lay an hour or even two away from the settlement, a distance deemed manageable. It was a mere token effort for them. 3 days later, Qiao led Shao Yunduan and Jia Heming to inspect the chosen site for relocating the refugees. Situated an hour's journey south of An's prefecture city, it boasted a small hill with gentle undulations and sparse tree growth, a promising canvas for development. Building a settlement capable of housing over 1,000 people posed no significant challenges here. The refugees, venturing southward for over an hour, stumbled upon a swamp. Upon consulting her powers, Qiao discerned that the swamp harbored untapped potential. Its shallow mud offered a canvas for development, ripe for transformation into either paddy fields or fish ponds. With an estimated capacity of around 30,000 mu, the addition of such fertile land heralded a boon for An's province, where arable land was scarce amidst the rugged terrain. Despite the enthusiasm for land clearing, previous efforts had primarily focused on drylands and mountains. Exploring the mountainous regions proved arduous, a fact well known to all. For Qiao, this task was relatively straightforward, owing to her substantial resources. Few could afford to undertake the daunting task of demolishing homes belonging to ordinary people. Clearing the land demanded painstaking effort, both above and below ground. Trees, weeds, bushes, and thorns littered the surface, while below, a labyrinth of roots tangled intricately, resembling fishing nets and chessboards, a formidable challenge to overcome. That wasn't the end of the challenges. The freshly cleared land would be in its initial stages for the first 3 years, demanding significantly more effort to tend to rampant weed growth. The relentless task of weeding alone promised exhaustion. Furthermore, post-reclamation, taxes would be levied, albeit modestly, considering the limited yield. Moreover, acquiring land necessitated financial investment, a barrier that deterred commoners from embarking on land exploration ventures. The initial years posed formidable challenges, dissuading all but the most determined individuals from enduring the hardships unless absolutely necessary. Qiao leadership, however, had spurred cultivation of various cash crops such as herbs, star anise, and peppers, fostering a willingness among people to engage in land exploration. Yet, despite her efforts, the extent of wasteland reclaimed remained relatively modest. Observing the swamp, Jia Heming hesitated, voicing his concern. "Madam, are you certain this swamp can truly be cultivated into fertile land? Honestly, there are numerous swamps in An's province. Attempts to convert them into arable land have often failed. This swamp may prove challenging to transform." Qiao smiled reassuringly. "You needn't fret, Deputy Prefect Jia. Not all swamps are alike. Some are indeed unsuitable for cultivation, but others, like the one before us, pose no such challenge. In truth, it was merely a matter of perspective. With modern resources, any swamp, no matter how formidable, could be transformed into fertile land. How could it present a difficulty? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2075. Rest assured in An's province. Many swamps were deemed unsuitable for development under current conditions. However, Qiao remained confident in her selection, knowing she hadn't intended to claim all the swamps anyway. Despite Xiao Xian's reassurances, Jia Heming maintained his skepticism, albeit with a forced smile. "Madam, your judgment is undoubtedly sound. It was Shao Yunduan who made the final call. Let's proceed as planned. Assign them tasks here and pay them according to market rates. With work to occupy them, they're less likely to cause trouble." Thus, the explorations serve as a pretext. Even if it didn't yield the desired results, it wouldn't matter much. Xiao Xian shot Shao Yunduan a glance, sensing his lingering doubt. That conversation could wait until they were home. After some consideration, Jia Heming concurred. Crucially, they couldn't afford to let the refugees idle. Unsupervised free time often led to trouble, opportunities for theft, mischief, and other vices. With a respectful bow, Jia Heming pledged his compliance. "Understood. He'll attend to it promptly." He then instructed Jia Heming to escort Xiao Xian home. "There are fewer than 1,000 refugees at present, and it may be some time before we reach the next 1,000. Please take some rest for a few days." His wife's enthusiasm seemed unyielding. Despite her lack of fatigue, Xiao Xian decided not to contest the matter. It was an opportunity to spend time with her son, after all. With refugee registrations now complete, the count stood at 921 individuals, all fleeing from flood-ravaged areas. Jia Heming organized them by geographical origin and, with the assistance of 4 clerks, led them to the settlement. Their immediate task, constructing shelter, using whatever materials were available, be it tiles, bark, or thatch. Given the season, there was no urgency, and temporary arrangements sufficed for the time being. Uncertainty loomed regarding how long these refugees would remain in An's province. If they departed come spring, the houses would seem wasted, an unacceptable notion for Jia Heming, ever mindful of frugality. Thus, the priority lay in providing temporary shelter from the elements. If some chose to stay longer, decisions could be revisited then. Apprehensive that they might be turned away, the refugees breathed a collective sigh of relief when Jia Heming reassured them of the government's provisions. Grateful, they cheered and expressed their thanks to Lord Shao for extending his hospitality. The prospect of work brought a sense of ease rather than resentment among the refugees. They understood that nothing came for free in this world. While the government could provide temporary shelter and sustenance for a few days, perhaps even a month, what then? Were they to expect perpetual charity from foreign governments? It was only logical to assume they'd be swiftly expelled. With employment now secured, they could at least count on staying until winter, possibly even until spring. Next year promised a fresh start, a chance for everything to fall into place. To maintain order, the government dispatched 50 bailiffs. Under Jia Heming's direction, the clerks organized the refugees into groups and began the task of building houses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2076. Great Harvest. Building the houses required adherence to a structured plan. First, they meticulously leveled the foundation, then proceeded to construct the houses in neat rows. Sturdy walls, fortified against mud, promised survival through the winter. The roofs, layered with bark and thatch, ensured warmth and protection against the elements. Upon completion, each family received 3 taels of silver as a settlement fee. Additionally, they were permitted to venture into the mountains and fell 3 trees for basic furniture. Beyond these provisions, their future livelihoods depended on their own efforts. Diligent workers had little cause for concern. Their earnings could sustain them. However, those prone to idleness and delusion would find no solace in government assistance. Regardless, settling in An's province offered more stability than aimless wandering. Motivated by a collective desire for order, the refugees worked with remarkable efficiency. In just 5 days, all the houses stood complete. After a 2-day reprieve, preparations began for their assigned tasks. Each person's daily work record was meticulously supervised, with a clerk and a few bailiffs assigned for oversight. Hemming instructed the clerks to discreetly identify capable and charismatic individuals among the refugees who could eventually assume managerial roles overseeing these records. Government patrols would periodically ensure compliance. Soon thereafter, Qiao identified 2 additional potential settlement sites, one in Suzhou Town and the other in Taiping Town, both conveniently located near An City. Given the moderate population of An's prefecture city and its surrounding towns, proximity to daily necessities was assured. The exploration sites lay within an hour or 2 of travel from their current location, all on drylands. With August drawing to a close, planting season was not ideal. Plans for utilizing these newly opened fields would be made in the coming spring. Despite expectations that the flood aftermath would gradually ease and refugees would resume normalcy, the influx persisted, indicative of a world growing increasingly tumultuous. Shao Yinduan, Jia Hemming, and their associates had anticipated a gradual recovery, yet the reality proved different, with numerous refugees continuing to pour into An's province. By mid-October, more than 1,000 people had arrived. The 3rd settlement was also activated. At the end of October, the news of Shuzhong rebellion spread throughout the world, and the world was in an uproar. At the end of November, Nanyue also rebelled, as various factions eyed territory covetously, and the 3 princes maneuvered to expand their influence. Chaos reigned across the land. Yet amidst the turmoil, a blessing from the heavens shone upon them. Despite the pervasive sense of panic, An's province had enjoyed a bountiful harvest this year. Rice production surged by at least 30%, with some fields meticulously tended to yielding an astonishing increase of nearly half. Such abundance meant that even in the event of a poor harvest next year, prosperity would endure. Nearly every household boasted a flourishing crop of potatoes, with yields ranging from 1,230 to 1,560 caddies per mu, an unprecedented bounty. Some families, buoyed by their large harvests, even ventured into selling a portion of their surplus potatoes. Meanwhile, the medicinal herbs, peppers, and star anise planted years prior were now ready for harvest. Amidst this abundance, laughter echoed among the commoners, a testament to their newfound prosperity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2077. Good life in the country. No matter what tumultuous events unfolded elsewhere, tranquility reigned supreme in An's province. The common folk showered Lord Shao with gratitude, attributing their peace and prosperity solely to him. Ever since Lord Shao's arrival, An's province underwent a profound transformation. His absence would have rendered the province non-existent today. Such was his indelible impact. Lord Shao's influence permeated every facet of life. Amidst the turmoil plaguing the world, An's province clung to Lord Shao as its anchor. Even the esteemed families echoed the sentiments of the commoners. Under Lord Shao's stewardship, prosperity flourished. Yet, beneath their jubilant facade lingered apprehension. What if the court, in its whimsy, decided to relocate Lord Shao? In these tumultuous times, a dependable magistrate was akin to ancestral protection. Pondering deeply, one could discern the dire consequences of an unreliable official exploiting chaos for personal gain, plunging the region into disarray with reckless abandon. In that precarious moment, escape seemed an impossible feat. Misfortune appeared inevitable for all. Hence, Lord Shao's presence was imperative. Such sentiments resonated deeply. And city couldn't afford to lose Lord Shao. Under his stewardship, bountiful harvests became the norm, a testament to fortuitous favor. But the looming possibility, what if the court mandated Lord Shao's transfer? Anxiety gripped every soul. Then, a voice, dripping with cynicism, cut through the tense air. Is there even a court anymore? Which court holds sway? Lord Shao's departure seems implausible. If we, the people, withhold our consent, the court's authority wanes. His words shattered illusions, rousing the populace to reality. Consensus emerged amidst nods of agreement. Indeed, absolutely, that's the way forward. The imperial court can't disregard our welfare. Why not assert our right to retain Lord Shao? Should officials dare set foot here, we'll simply drive them off. Exactly. However, while voiced intentions to expel them were plenty, true conviction may have faltered. It wasn't prudent to merely chase officials away. Preemptive measures seemed wiser. Eliminating potential threats before they breached An's province proved safer. There was no need for bloodshed. Rendering officials incapable of assuming control posed little challenge. With this strategy in mind, An's province's families found solace. The winter this year proved exceptionally harsh. November ushered in biting winds and chilling airs, leaving folks shivering. Over 4,000 refugees had already found sanctuary in An's province by this juncture, with no further influx in sight. The expected had come to pass. No soul wandered the roads at this perilous time. Traveling in such bitter cold meant risking one's life. Furthermore, the three princes and various factions feverishly recruited manpower, with refugees being the prime target. Competition was fierce, leaving little for An's province to contend for. Shao Yunduan issued a decree to dismantle all makeshift settlements beyond the city walls, reinstating them to their former state. The absence of refugees turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Unlike other regions, Shao Yunduan refused to treat those who sought refuge with him as mere chattel. He wouldn't subject them to the callous whims of slavery. No arbitrary orders, no casual abuse, no lashes of indifference. Each new arrival found solace in knowing they wouldn't be abandoned to despair. As long as they were willing and able to contribute, they were welcome to make An's province their home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2078. Zhao Shu and Taotao are here, however. With this approach, the pressure on An's province also escalated significantly. Merely providing food and clothing initially incurred substantial expenses. Subsequently, each family would receive 3 taels of silver daily for resettlement and employment, which amounted to a considerable sum. Under his administration, An's prefecture city had flourished in recent years, boasting healthy coffers and well-stocked warehouses. However, in the past, accommodating so many refugees would have been untenable. In October, Jia Hemming, Zheng Sang, and their compatriots conferred with Shao Yunduan. Given the tumultuous state of the world, merely safeguarding An's province was insufficient. Should a group of marauders or opportunists descend upon them, their current manpower would struggle to repel them. Consequently, they deemed it necessary to bolster their defenses. Shao Yunduan pondered the proposal and found merit in it, thus expanding the cadre of bailiffs. Presently, An's province boasted a total of 3,000 bailiffs, excluding the civilian security forces comprised of local villagers. Despite comprising only 3,000 official bailiffs, each carefully selected by Zheng Sang, Sun Bai, and Sun Qian, these individuals underwent rigorous training, emerging as elite defenders. Even if An's province were besieged by 20,000 or even 30,000 assailants, these 3,000 would suffice to safeguard the city. However, assembling such an elite force incurred considerable expenses. The fund from the state coffers proved inadequate, prompting Qiao Xian to allocate an additional 200,000 taels of silver. Yet, in the midst of such chaotic times, such expenditures were deemed necessary for self-preservation. Qiao Xian couldn't help but sigh, feeling as though she were living in a surreal world she had never envisioned. In mid-November, to her surprise, Zhao Shu and Taotao arrived. Traditionally accustomed to lavish entourages, Zhao Shu opted for a remarkably modest approach this time. Their procession consisted of no more than 3 carriages and a retinue of no more than 10 servants. Additionally, they enlisted the aid of a select team of over 20 renowned martial escorts for protection. Upon their arrival at An City and encountering Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, Zhao Shu and Taotao visibly relaxed. Their weary appearance caught Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan off guard. What happened? Shao Yunduan inquired, concerned by their uncharacteristic fatigue, especially considering their affluent background. Zhao Shu, holding Taotao close, offered a reassuring smile. It's a long tale. For now, we seek refuge with fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law. Let's rest first, and we can discuss everything later. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan's apprehension deepened. Witnessing their worry, Taotao hastened to alleviate it. Fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law, please don't be troubled by his vague words. It's nothing serious, really. We simply found Jiangnan a bit tumultuous and deemed it wiser to seek sanctuary with you. Qiao Xian's relief was palpable as she responded with a warm smile. You're welcome to stay here. It's secure, and you won't face any harassment. Indeed, that was the reality. Zhao Shu nodded in agreement, his smile genuine. Absolutely. Given their weary state, Qiao Xian arranged for their comfort. With a mansion in An's province belonging to Zhao Shu, the servants paid their respects to Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan before escorting Zhao Shu and Taotao back to the Zhao family residence. Their stay with Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan was expected to last 2 to 3 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible.